So over the last 2 months, I've pretty much done a character analysis on all 8 main Avengers and Earth's Mightiest Heroes, and figured I would put them all in one convenient place for all of you lovely people to watch, including another new hour of extra and extended content for all of you to enjoy, whether you're new or returning. So without further ado, I hope you enjoy, starting with episode 1, which was Captain America. Captain America is the heart and soul of the Avengers. He is the scrawny kid from Brooklyn who grew up to be one of the strongest Avengers, not physically, but mentally. He is there to unite and bring them all together. And his story has been told various times, but I think one of the best tellings of Captain America's story comes from Earth's Mightiest Heroes. There are 4 distinct arcs Captain America goes through in this TV show, the first being with Baron Zemo. When Captain America first wakes up and sees the Avengers, he is not only heavily disoriented, but still believing he is behind enemy lines with Hydra. I mean, he has just recently been blown up out of the top of a rocket and spent the last 80 or so years underwater. He believes Iron Man to be a Hydra goon. He believes the Wasp to be an experiment. It isn't until they take him to the Statue of Liberty, where there's a monument of himself and his sidekick Bucky, that Captain America realizes that he is in fact in the future, and these crazy people with superpowers are telling the truth. They're the Avengers. They're supposed to protect the now future, something Captain used to do. But not everything is kosher, and not everything from Captain America's past has gone away. As a matter of fact, one of his greatest enemies in Hydra is still alive and kicking to this day. And when Baron Zemo, a man Captain America has fought multiple times back during World War II, figures out that the Captain is alive, he gives no qualms in not only giving up his leadership of Hydra, but straight up abandoning everything else just for the sole satisfaction of getting to kill Captain America. Now, Baron Zemo is like the polar opposite of Captain America, the other side of the coin, if you will. He is brash, he is flamboyant, he is angry. He attacks with a rapier, an often used offensive weapon, whereas Captain America is seen as the far more defensive fighter using a shield. He's supposed to represent everything Captain America isn't. Being given nearly the same powers as Captain America, he chooses to use them for evil and instead of good. And of course, his hubris is usually what leads him to his downfall, as Captain America did infect him with a deadly virus that he planned to use against the Allies in World War II. This virus is slowly killing him, and he is looking for a cure, believing Captain America to be it. But Captain America is having his own sort of issues, trying to reconcile being so many years in the future.
To me. That's some poor reporting.
We see throughout the episode that Captain America really is struggling to find a purpose. Not only is World War II over, but majority of the people that he knew, his friends, his loved ones, and even his lover, have all passed away. And even though the Avengers try to make him more comfortable, it doesn't really work. It isn't until Baron Zemo attacks the Avengers mansion that Captain America sort of snaps out of what I would assume to be his depressed stupor. He is able to not only get back into action, but sort of find a purpose within this new world. And even though he does have the chance to apprehend Zemo and take down one of his greatest foes, it just doesn't shake out that way. Baron Zemo had come prepared, and knowing that Captain America is this grand hero, and with Wasp knocked out on the floor, he throws a bomb in order to get Captain America to go try and save Wasp instead of going after him. And of course, Captain America being who he is, he goes to save Wasp. But throughout all of this, he was able to find a sort of agreement and a passion to do something in this new world. And so he decides to join the Avengers. The next time we see Captain America, he is training and sort of preparing his body. He's getting back in the flow of things and is sort of starting to enjoy living in the Avengers mansion. But unfortunately, Baron Zemo has developed a plot to take down not only Captain America, but the Avengers, all with the help of multiple different villains from around the Avengers. And not only that, but with the help of a sorceress named Amora the Enchantress. Baron Zemo is finally ready to get his revenge not only on Captain America, but just the rest of the Avengers for stopping his evil doing. Now, unfortunately for Baron Zemo, it will once again be his hubris that will get the best of him. Instead of finishing the job, they all decide to hold the Avengers in captivity. But there's a slight problem with their plan. They did not account for the fact that two of the Avengers, the Black Panther and Hawkeye, wouldn't be in the Avengers mansion. Instead, they are over in Wakanda, a place they cannot get them. Now, when Abomination hears that Ant-Man could possibly be a threat, he sort of berates Baron Zemo, and Zemo shows his leadership style, which ends up leading to fractures in his own group.
Ant-Man is the last Avenger. He's a threat. And you wish to know why?
Now, of course, because Zemo's leadership style is almost non-conducive to them working together, they are easily picked off one by one from the Avengers, who use the divide and conquer and their own teamwork strategies to help each other, whereas the villains just try to take them all on one-on-one. And of course, Amora the Enchantress ensures that none of them get captured, but they definitely did not win the day. And even though the Avengers did end up winning this conflict, it does spell something deeper for the future. But that's not a problem for now, that's a problem for later. Instead, I want to take another look at Captain America's second arc of this TV show, his second major arc, and that would be his fight with Kang the Conqueror. Kang heralds from the 41st century, coming from a world that has recently just been destroyed, having been engulfed in multiple wars. But it's not just his world, it's the simple fabric of reality that's being destroyed, all from one man.
All of reality is being wiped out. And it's all because of you. My travels into the past suggest that you are the link, Captain America. Some moment in your past heralds the end of the future.
Kang doesn't just only lose his world or his worlds that he rules over, he also loses his wife in the process of the time stream's disruption. Kang loses a lot because of Captain America's actions. At least that's what his data tells him he's losing these things for. Now, Kang is definitely the complete opposite of Captain America. He's a man of the future, a man of technology. He's obviously more of an Iron Man villain than a Captain America villain, but he presents an interesting parallel for Captain America throughout this show. He's willing to do all he can to save his loved ones, much like Captain America, but goes about it in a starkly different way, seeking to rule and conquer as his way of providing freedom and security. When we first see Steve in this episode, he is reading a newspaper, in clear juxtaposition to Iron Man, who is using his sort of more modern holographic display. Him and Captain America are having an argument on the advent of technology. As Tony tries to create the future, Steve almost tries to continue to live in the past. He doesn't want to give up his ideals and the way he does things. And of course, he takes Iron Man to sort of have a conversation about that and train together. And when that's all said and done, the two of them suit up looking to continue this debate until Kang the Conqueror decides to make his unveiled entrance, making Tony Stark, of all people, look like a man stuck in the past. Tony and Cap struggle to fend off Kang the Conqueror's attacks, all while they're trying to figure out why the hell this man with technology so far advanced from them seems to be attacking them. And when Kang decides to reveal the fact that he is only there for Captain America, and everybody in the Avengers, of course, does not believe him, when the rest of the Avengers join in to attack Kang, he decides to take them merely 10 years into their future. Merely 10 years, one simple decade into the future from the day that that episode took place, the entire Earth is engulfed in flames. It is destroyed. Everything is dead and barren. And Kang the Conqueror comes to warn them that all of this is Captain America's fault. The man who stands for peace, justice, and freedom, who is supposed to save the world, has caused untold amount of destruction, not only to New York, but the entire Earth itself, and threatens the future nearly 20 centuries into it. And of course, the Avengers do not want to believe this, but Kang comes with a level of knowledge and speaks with such conviction that they sort of listen. Now, obviously, they will never turn over Captain America to him, but Kang leaves them with an interesting thought. He lets Iron Man reach out and try to find anything, any sign of life, but there is nothing. Nothing is left.
You see, very soon in your timeline, Earth will be consumed in a war. Earth's sun will be a casualty in that war, along with all life on the planet.
Kang foretells of a war between the Kree and the Skrulls, which will catch Earth in the middle. Now, he does not know how Captain America destroys the world, but he knows for a fact that Captain America simply existing in the 21st century leads to the end of the world. Now, of course, the Avengers are able to eventually gain the upper hand on Kang and defeat him, mainly because Kang's technology is based on past technology. Iron Man learns a little bit about how even though you must look to create the future, you also need to look through the past, and Kang learns a little bit about past technology. Now, of course, Kang's always one step ahead of them. He's 20 centuries in the future, and he seeks to launch a full-on invasion of Earth in order to conquer them and give them the best fighting chance against the Kree and Skrull in his mind by doing what he does best, to conquer. Kang's full-scale invasion has little care or regard for whom it kills in the process. As a matter of fact, we open the next time we see Captain America to two kids being threatened to be killed by Kang's bots simply because they haven't immediately surrendered to him. The Avengers spent a majority of the time between this episode and the last with S.H.I.E.L.D. trying to figure out where the hell Kang the Conqueror is so they can go up and take him out to stop this invasion. For whatever reason, they believe him to be on Earth coordinating these attacks, but it's later revealed through Iron Man doing not only a deep scan of the world, but a deep scan of outer space, that he finds Kang has himself cloaked just above Earth's surface. And so the Avengers set out on a plot to go aboard Kang's ship and defeat him from the inside out. Now, it's important to note that Kang does come from a place of wanting to help these people, not simply because he wants to help the Avengers or the 21st century, but because he has stakes in his own future. And he is trying to help them in the way he believes he can help. He truly believes the only way he can help is by conquering. And so when the Avengers invade his ship, he basically tries to decimate all of them so he can go back to conquering the world, as he does sort of almost come from a place of goodwill. Now, Kang's winnings would eventually come to an end when Iron Man figures out how to defeat him by affecting the time stream that essentially keeps his ship running. Iron Man is threatening to send them all back to the future in order to send them to their own time, and unfortunately in doing so would essentially be dooming all of them to die. And so Ultron, who Tony is ordering to start this process, begins to try to send him back to the future. It isn't until Wasp shows up and simply explains that Kang is doing this to save his wife. He's doing all of this truly not because he cares about the past, but because he cares about saving his own wife. She's the most important thing to him. And so Kang is going to be apprehended now instead of being sent back to the future, because the Avengers, despite everything, do definitely have hearts. And that leads to the end of this arc for now.
You've destroyed everything.
Is that so?
Oh yes, I know. Because I've seen what Captain America's actions have wrought. His betrayal is just the beginning. The worst is yet to come.
This leads to Captain America's next sort of mini arc, is what I'm going to call it. One episode alone, and it is about essentially Hydra and the Cosmic Cube. The Cosmic Cube is an artifact that will grant one wish to the user to change anything in the world. And of course, Hydra is going to use their one wish to try and change the past and bring back Hydra and have them win World War II, have the Nazis win. And of course, Captain America, the Avengers, and now Black Widow, who is revealed to be a double agent working for Nick Fury against Hydra, are trying to stop the Cosmic Cube from being used by Hydra, and they're attempting to contain it. Now, this just leads to one of my favorite Captain America moments from any piece of media in this episode. Yes, it involves Hulk.
Shot.
If you say so, big guy. Now remember, watch out for civilians.
Is that why you teamed up with me? To protect people from the monster?
Stow that talk. I want you to protect civilians from Hydra. They're the monsters here, not you. In my day, we had a name for someone like you.
Yeah? What's that?
Hero. I've been watching you, Hulk. No matter how scared people are of you, no matter how much you're hounded, you always do the right thing. And that makes you a hero in my book.
I think that quote perfectly summarizes Captain America as a character. He is and is often willing to see the best in just about everyone he comes across, if that means making them a better person and also making the world a safer place. He sees the best in Hulk. He even sees the best in Black Widow, who is known to be a traitor. All of this while he's trying to fight against Hydra in order to stop them from making a wish that could alter the reality of everything. And it seems that Captain America is successful. When Captain America and Baron von Strucker touch the cube, nothing happens. They believe it to be a dud in another failed Hydra experiment, and Captain America revels in the day.
The world did change today. Today the Avengers took down Hydra. Something I was never able to do in my time. And we didn't need wishes to do it. I wouldn't change anything.
While Cap says that he wishes he didn't change anything, there is one thing Captain America wished he could have changed. One person he wished he could have saved. And when he touched the cube, he ended up saving Bucky's life inadvertently. I find it very wholesome that Captain America's one wish was simply to save the one he lost. And for Captain America's fourth arc, it's time for his self-doubt in his sort of questioning why he belongs. You see, Loki has, throughout this first season, had an overarching plot to take over the 9 realms and defeat them. And to do so, he scatters the Avengers across the 9 realms, with Captain America ending up in Niflheim, or the world of the dead. Now, Captain America, while being in the world of the dead, is faced with all of the people he perceives to have let down and let be killed. The 1.5 episodes Captain America spends on Niflheim are spent trying to show us that these deaths affected him, showing us that Captain America has heavy survivor's guilt.
Why did you leave us behind?
We needed you. Why did you abandon the mission? Why aren't you down in the dirt with us?
He is struggling with the self-doubt that he has let so many people down. He has let so many people die. He is struggling with the fact that he is supposed to be the patron of death that is supposed to ruin the world in 10 years. And Captain America just feels like it would almost be better if his mission was finally over and finally done. As though he could finally hang up the shield and just rest for once. Captain America is almost ready for his long rest. But ironically enough, the one thing that pulls Captain America out of his self-doubt and his stupor is the fact that he doesn't see Bucky in that afterlife. Captain America's wish to save Bucky didn't only save Bucky, but it ended up saving himself. Since he doesn't see Bucky, he believes this to be an almost figment of his imagination, and he walks away from his self-doubt, anchoring himself to the one person that had always kept him grounded, only for him to find that he is in the domain of Niflheim, with the Lady of Death presiding over it, that being Hela. Now, for Captain America to get out of Niflheim, he must make a deal with Hela.
If I send you to confront Loki, and death should claim you in the battle, then your mortal spirit belongs to me. forever.
With the promise of his mortal soul on the line to Hela if he were to die in this battle, Captain America fights with a renewed vigor, seeking to help the Avengers defeat Loki and save the day as per usual. But Loki is one step ahead of not only Captain America but the rest of the Avengers, taking them out in one fell swoop. And sort of wanting to embarrass Captain America, Loki destroys his impenetrable shield, the sort of symbol of Captain America's willpower. Loki shatters it very easily as though it were nothing, being empowered by the Odin Force, leaving Captain America shaken. And even when Iron Man comes to save the day, so with Iron Man showing up and helping stall Loki until Odin woke up, the Avengers were able to win the day. The Avengers did it essentially once Odin woke up and was able to restrain Loki. They had saved the 9 realms from destruction, and they had also saved themselves. But not all was right. You see, the events of this first season were starting to weigh heavily on Captain America. Now that he didn't see Bucky in the afterlife, he starts to wonder, is Bucky alive? The promise he made to Hela is starting to weigh on him, as he knows when he falls in battle that he does owe his soul to her. And to top it all off, Captain America is still living in a time that isn't his own, which leaves him primed and ready to be replaced, because it's time for an invasion. So that would be Captain America's story arc through season 1. We essentially get to see him go from a man who's seemingly out of time and is upset about where he is in the present, to finding his footing and truly feeling like a hero once again in the present day, only to be beaten down by the events that are surrounded him, whether it was the loss of the people he loved all from the 1930s, or it was being told that he's going to be the reason the world ends, or if it was simply for going to literal hell and being faced with his worst fears and his biggest trauma, being a survivor. Now, I think this show handles Captain America extremely well. It's my favorite interpretation of the character. I love the way in which he feels like a modern Captain America without him being some dick-headed racist like the Ultimate Comics kind of pulled, well, more realistic. I've always viewed Captain America as a sort of Superman-like character. They're supposed to be flawed, but not in the same way as others. They're still supposed to be the patron and being like the greatest superhero out there.
Alright, so that was the very first episode of this series that I had ever recorded, and I just have a few little funny things to share about this episode and the production. So all those gaps where you'd see where I didn't have any film audio, but I also didn't have any voiceover, was supposed to be for dramatic tension, because I had planned this entire video with background music in mind. Because I had background music picked out for the video specifically. Now you may be wondering, well, if you had background music, where was it? Because this video has none, and I completely didn't notice this before I posted it, as my quality checking wasn't that great, but then again, it's still a little suspect now, so, but it's funny. So I had swapped over to a new editing software. I had left from CapCut and moved over to DaVinci Resolve, and one of the features DaVinci Resolve has is I can mute certain audio tracks individually. So I went in while I was doing my edits, and I muted my music track because I needed to hear my clear audio, my clear voice, to make sure it was level in sound. And in the process, I never unmuted it, and I just figured, when I export it, DaVinci Resolve will take care of it. It'll know to unmute that track. I don't know why I thought like that. But yeah, that's why there was no background music. Anyways, on to the next video, which will be Ant-Man. One last thing, I just found out that Brian Bloom also voiced the male trooper in Star Wars The Old Republic's MMO storyline for the trooper, which is hilarious because as I'm recording this on the 19th, I quite literally just completed that in SOTOR. I just thought that was funny. Now on to Hank Pym's video for real this time.
Mightiest Heroes was my first introduction to a lot of the expanded Marvel Universe. One of those heroes being Ant-Man. When I was a kid, Ant-Man was relatively more obscure and wasn't as well known of a hero, so when I saw his EMH version, I really enjoyed it. But unfortunately for me, when I looked at his other versions, whether that be in the comics or other movies, it is very unfortunate. Specifically how they handle Ant-Man's conflict with his wife, or the way in which they decided to handle his multiple personality disorder, all seems messy and convoluted. Something that Earth's Mightiest Heroes really streamlined. Without further ado, Ant-Man's first arc in Earth's Mightiest Heroes is about trying to become a hero. The entire time Ant-Man is shown in this TV show, he is a known pacifist. He does not like to fight, he does not like to get into fights. He would rather believe in rehabilitation of those who are struggling, especially villains. He believes they all can be rehabilitated no matter what they've done. And he tries his best to avoid conflict as much as he can, but there is a part of him that somewhat enjoys the conflict, almost revels in it, and that's kind of shown in his first episode. He gets a kick out of scaring Claw away from stealing vibranium. And this leads us to our introduction of Pym's other half, that being Janet Van Dyne, or the Wasp. Pym and Janet in this show have a very nice relationship as comparatively to their comics versions, but it almost feels like two teenagers dating rather than two adults. I'm unsure of what age they're supposed to be in this show, but I'm going to assume they're supposed to be adults. Janet is almost the complete opposite to Hank. She is easily excitable, easily distracted, absolutely in love with her powers, very, very outgoing. Pretty much the opposite of Hank's more introverted, scientistic, and reserved. Their differing natures often lead the two to butt heads, especially when Janet doesn't really believe in the same rehabilitation that Pym does. She just wants to kick the enemy's butt and send them off to prison. And so the first chance Janet gets, she takes it to go be a superhero, even if Pym has absolutely zero interest in doing the same thing. Janet seems to take a lot of enjoyment and revelry in mocking the enemies that she fights and sort of egging them on throughout the street, whereas Hank Pym is very much just, let me get this done, let me get it out of the way, and let me focus on rehabilitating the person that's right in front of me. And this causes the first argument between these two that we see in the show, of what will be many. But their argument is cut short as they have to go drop off Whirlwind to S.H.I.E.L.D., where Hank Pym is currently hosting his next big invention, a way in which you can rehabilitate these villains in a more humane and small space. Essentially, Hank Pym has shrunk down each and every one of these villains and has set them up with an Ultron. It's supposed to be a very human, almost therapist, in hopes these robots would do a better job of rehabilitating these villains than, say, regular people who might be biased against them, especially when it comes to the personnel at S.H.I.E.L.D., whom Hank, of course, butts heads with often, believing they don't have the interest of reforming the villains at their true core, and instead would rather keep it. And when invited to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as a member of a team, Hank Pym sternly declines.
Thank you.
You want to recruit us? For real?
What you've done, Dr. Pym? Given yourself and Janet powers?
Stop. If you're just interested in having your own superhuman soldiers, the answer is no.
Look, Ant-Man.
I agreed to work with S.H.I.E.L.D. to help people like Whirlwind, not to do more fighting. I'm not gonna make weapons for you. You You've already got Tony Stark for that.
Hank would often spend his free time inside of the big house, as he calls it, talking to each and every one of the villains. And in this occasion, he's trying to figure out why Whirlwind and another villain were having a conversation, sort of getting buddy-buddy about a potential escape. As it turns out, the entire big house, along with the cube, another housing unit for a bunch of supervillains, the raft, and of course they as well broke out of the vault. Now this was,
Editor's note here, this was spearheaded by Loki, not Graviton.
see, Graviton was a former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent that was trying to recreate the super soldier serum, and in the process ended up giving himself a bunch of powers and causing him to go insane with vengeance against Nick Fury. Now, Wasp, of course, wants to immediately get involved. She sees Iron Man and Thor duking it out
with Graviton
and wants to go save people. Hank, on the other hand, does not want almost anything to do with this. He does not want to be involved. But the second Janet is being harmed by Graviton, Hank jumps into action immediately. And that's something you'll see throughout most of the first season, is that anytime Janet is in any sort of danger, Hank Pym will step in and turn into Giant Man. You see, he never turns into Ant-Man whenever Janet is in danger. He almost always turns into Giant Man, and I think that was an intentional thing done by the writers to show that when he wants to protect Jan, he needs to channel something other than just being Ant-Man. He chooses to be Giant.
With Graviton.
Defeated by the Avengers, it's fair to take note that this is the original core Avengers team that showed up in the first comic book issue, that being Iron Man, Giant Man / Ant-Man, Hulk, Wasp, and Thor. Now, Nick Fury once again offers the Avengers another job to work with him. But Ant-Man steps in. He basically says, I don't want to work for you and be used as a tool to fight people and essentially be used as military attack dogs. But Iron Man has another suggestion, that maybe Fury is right, that they can accomplish more together rather than alone. And he suggests that they all join as a team under one banner as the Avengers, a separate entity from S.H.I.E.L.D. And of course, that's exactly what they do. Iron Man spends about a week or two building Avengers Mansion. He gets it all kitted out with just about everything you'd need to be a hero. And this is kind of the end of Hank's first arc. He has become a hero, even if it is reluctantly. This leads nicely into Hank Pym's next arc, which is a sort of mini arc between him and Tony. These two are two sides of the same coin, right? One of them is an eccentric genius billionaire who is willing to make weapons and do whatever it takes to make money, or at least he was. Hank Pym, on the other hand, is a genius philanthropist who is not rich, and all he cares about is helping other people, doing what he can the best. This leads him to get into a fairly big argument with Tony early into this episode.
I'm not judging you. I'm just saying that you value money and business over people.
How is that not judging?
I've seen it before, that's all.
All right, enough. You've been glaring at me for weeks, ever since the breakout. This isn't about Simon. This is about Ultron.
No, it's about you valuing money and business over people. Ultron was just the first time I realized who you really are.
5 years ago, Tony and Hank Pym had worked on a creature called Ultron together, a robot that would map human brain waves onto itself and act as a sort of human companion. Tony at the time wanted to use it as a weapon for mass destruction, and Hank Pym, on the other hand, wanted to use it to help people. Now, in this episode, Tony has recently bought out the company of William Innovations, which has sparked this argument between the two because Hank Pym believes that Tony's going to use this company to make more weapons. Now, unfortunately, the person Tony bought this company from does not want to give it up. He is afraid to give it up. Driven by the fear that Tony might turn his company into nothing but a weapons manufacturer, he takes a deal with the supervillains, i.e. Baron Zemo and specifically Amora the Enchantress, in order to get the powers he needs to stop Tony from taking control of his business. Now, Tony obviously is not going to let this dude rampage around as a supervillain, but he goes about it in a very strange way. He is antagonistic and extremely attackative of this person, whereas Hank Pym, i.e. Ant-Man, is trying to talk him down and speak to him on a more human level. You see, Simon's energy form was becoming highly unstable, and he was starting to dissipate. Tony was trying to help him, but was doing it in a very unconventional way. Tony actually bought Simon's company in order to work with him to make inventions to better the future. But his past was what caused this to happen, his past actions. And I think Hank Pym really sees that in this episode and starts to understand that this Tony Stark isn't the same man that he was dealing with 5 years ago. And I think it's a real eye-opener for Hank Pym for at least this early part of the first season. Heading into the next mini arc, it is all about Janet and Hank's relationship and how she's sort of frustrated that Hank takes almost little to no interest in their relationship. He is solely focused on the science, the helping other people, and he's not one for making these big gestures of love or really wanting to go out to parties with Janet like she wants to. But Janet is handling it in a fairly immature way, basically being a jerk to Hank about it.
You're being kind of horrible to him, you know that, right? Who? Hank, genius. You can tell he's upset.
Oh no, see, you actually have to have emotions before you can get upset.
Jan, you have to know that you've got him wrapped around your finger.
Whatever. From day one, it's been strictly business. Well, strictly science.
Now, I definitely won't give Hank a pass. He has been a pretty terrible boyfriend, oftentimes putting science above the person he's in a relationship with or just ignoring her. Thankfully for him, he gets bailed out by the fact that a literal alien invader has landed inside of this telescope area, and now they have to go find out a way to deal with it before it, either destroys the world or doesn't. And of course, once again, when Janet's life is put on the line, Hank goes giant man in order to go deal with this robot that seemingly wants to destroy extraterrestrial communication. As it turns out, this is a Kree destroyer robot. It has been sent here to scout out the Earth as a potential living space for the Kree, and has essentially decided to destroy everyone here on Earth. But that doesn't really work out, as the Avengers show up and destroy the thing, and eventually take care of the bomb that it is also holding. But during the process of all of this, Ant-Man ends up severely injured and in the hospital. And as a result, we get a really sweet heart-to-heart between Janet and an unconscious Hank.
I'm sorry, Hank. I'm so sorry for being so mean, for the way I treat you, for everything.
Wow. Are you sure you're not an alien? I take it we didn't blow up.
But unfortunately, this doesn't, in the long run, have any major substantial things when it comes to their relationship, other than playing up the joke that Hank has refused to say that he loves her throughout this whole show. Now, this leads nicely into the next major arc for Hank, which is his morals versus his own duties. Since the big house was destroyed, Hank has been trying to find a new housing unit for all these supervillains, a place in which his Ultrons can do the best work they possibly can in order to help rehabilitate these people. And he has decided that he's landed upon a place that cannot be broken out of, because it's all the way in the negative zone. Now, Hank's trip to the negative zone is cut short when Captain America and Iron Man are both attacked by Kang the Conqueror, a man from the future who is willing to wage war and conquer Earth, all in order to save them from Captain America in the future. I go more in depth about this in the Captain America video if you haven't seen this by now. Shameless plug over, Ant-Man is integral in getting the Avengers back to modern day Earth when Kang takes them 10 years in the future. He's also integral in taking Kang down. Now, Kang is a particularly sore loser, and he decides that he will not only escape, but wage war on the Avengers and on Earth. Now, Kang has technological superiority in the craziest way possible. He has these robots that are self-replicating, self-repairing, and essentially unbeatable, an unlimited army from the future that is essentially giving the Avengers and everyone else an extremely hard time in dealing with them. S.H.I.E.L.D. is ineffective, the Avengers are ineffective, and they truly need another fighting force to help them get through this.
This is war, and we need an army.
I know where you can find an army.
So now Hank is at a crossroads, and he has to choose between whether or not he is going to keep his morality and his morals intact, or whether or not he is going to set up these hundreds or thousands of Ultrons that he has up for war. The things he made specifically to be good, to help people, and he got so upset with Tony for inventing weapons for, he now has to turn into killing machines, all of that in order to save the Earth. Now, Hank, of course, does not feel great about this, but his back is against a wall. He has to choose between his responsibility or this. And it gets even worse when Ultron literally almost destroys Kang's ship, which would not only send him back in time, but inadvertently kill Queen Ravonna, Kang's wife. The entire reason Kang is really here is to save his wife and save his conquered planets. Now, when Hank Pym does find this out, that his invention almost wiped out an entire future, he is of course left distraught and really questioning what he's doing here as a hero, or even if he is a hero in this situation. Now, with Hank dealing with all these negative thoughts and emotions, that leads us into our next arc, which is him versus what would eventually be his own creation. This starts with Hank stopping the Avengers from fighting a group of villains and trying his best to handle it in a peaceful situation. He doesn't want to fight anymore. He does not believe in fighting anymore. He doesn't think it's doing any good to beat up on these villains, and he genuinely just wants to see them reformed. But unfortunately, this results in one of the Avengers, Hawkeye, being injured by the villains, as they don't really share the same sentiment that he does.
We're trying to take the Serpent Society down, not have Sunday tea.
Hawkeye got hurt because of you, Hank. I mean, seriously, they're supervillains. You just hit them.
Wasp and Iron Man speak truly. Animals like these, they cannot be talked to. They respond only to violence.
I quit.
Hank is probably severely depressed at this point. He doesn't believe that anything he is doing is right or anything that he is doing is good. He essentially believes that he is causing more problems than he is solving. Hank is vehemently upset by all of these things and is just talking to the last remaining Ultron while trying to figure out what he's going to do now that he's no longer an Avenger. Wasp, on the other hand, is arguing to bring Hank back to the team, and that everybody should be rallying to go get him back on the team. But of course, Iron Man is basically saying, look, Hank was only here for you, Janet. He doesn't really care about this team, he's a pacifist, we might as well let him go. And Wasp does not take this very well, and she goes after Hank to try and convince him to come back. Wasp fails to bring Hank back and decides to leave, but Ultron at this point has gone full I must save the world mode and starts with trying to kill Hank Pym, and since Ultron cannot hurt Janet Van Dyne, being that he is trained on Hank's brainwaves, he decides to capture her instead. Ultron has devised a plot to destroy all of the Avengers, all simply because he believes the only way to stop the chaos in the world is if he takes over and eliminates all humans, believing that we are all evil, corruptible, and essentially the reason there is war, death, and anything else in the world. Now, when the Avengers try to attack Ultron, having brought whatever they have left, considering all their technology has been taken away, it does not end well at all. Thor ends up rushing headlong against Ultron and ends up being vaporized. Thor literally dies here and is killed, at least according to the rest of the Avengers, all while Hank is still unconscious. When Hank is woken up by Tony Stark while the other Avengers are distracting Ultron and informed of the fact that his own creation caused the death of one of his close friends, he is distraught and pretty much single-minded in the idea that he has to take down Ultron to atone for the sins he committed, essentially. And so Hank goes off, gets back into his Ant-Man suit, and tries to confront Ultron, to almost no effect. He basically isn't able to do a whole lot against Ultron as his shutdown code no longer works. But when the Avengers are eventually able to beat Ultron 5, Hank is still feeling the same as before.
Getting Ultron shells and programming. Destroy everything. Everything.
Of course. But it doesn't change anything. Thor is gone and I'm the one that gave Ultron the power to do it. This is all my fault.
Now, Hank is, of course, distraught by the fact that not only one of his friends was killed by what he believes to be his own hand, but the fact that Ultron was trained on his own brainwaves. Hank had made Ultron a map of himself. So Hank sees this as him killing his own friend. Essentially, it was his fault because he did it. That's how he feels, even if it doesn't sound completely rational. Now, him and Tony are talking this out when they begin to realize that Ultron 5 hasn't just been uploaded once or twice. He's been uploaded quite a few times. As a matter of fact, Ultron has been uploaded within the last 5 hours. As it turns out, they didn't just defeat his shell, they failed to defeat Ultron the program. I just want to take a quick second to kind of gush about how much I love this version of Ultron. He is as menacing and as scary and as indestructible as the one from Avengers Heroes of Tomorrow, and his voice is so amazing as well. I just think it's really well done. Now, Ultron's plot is to literally nuke everyone to death on Earth because he believes that humans are the reason for everyone's wrongdoing, right? So he's going to just nuke them all to death because that makes sense. So now this is where Hank comes in with a plan. He has decided that he is going to try and defeat Ultron with logic. He's going to go inside of Ultron and try to explain to him that, hey, guess what? You're trained off of human brainwaves and patterns, so you are part of the problem. Essentially telling Ultron that he is the problem, and so Ultron deactivates himself. Oh, and Thor is alive. He just was spending time with Amora, the Enchantress. Yeah, he didn't end up dying. But that doesn't change Hank's mind at all. He still does not any longer believe in what the Avengers stand for. He doesn't even believe in what he's doing anymore. So Hank just decides to quit the team. He's done, and in the process, he's almost like quitting his relationship with Wasp, just kind of leaving her. This takes us to our final character arc of this episode. Hank is coming out of retirement one last time. Again, when Janet is in danger, Hank shows up in Giant Man form to protect her. Hank always will protect Janet, at least in this first season. It's the one thing he truly cares about, even if it means facing insurmountable odds to do so. Going up against what would eventually be frost giants as Loki's plot to sort of take over the 9 realms kicks into action near the end of this season. Hank ended up on the world of Jotunheim when he was sent through the 9 realms, and Wasp was incapacitated on the way there, so now Hank must take care of Wasp and defend her from frost giants, and that is exactly what he's going to do. He is willing to fight for Janet, even if it means going against what he believes in being an Avenger. And it takes all of this just for him to finally admit how he feels to an unconscious Wasp.
I'm sorry, Jan. I'm so sorry that I let you down. That I let everyone down.
Another editor's note, I originally cut this point for time, which is ironic considering how much longer these videos would get in the future, but I think it's important to note that when Hank does speak to Janet while she is unconscious, it does thoroughly mirror how Janet only expressed her emotions truly when Hank was unconscious and injured. The two characters share that commonality, and I think it's also another point where they are similar. Again, cut this for time, and again, ironic considering how long these videos would get.
Sif, led by the Valkyries, end up saving Hank and Janet while they are both in need. But Hank's revelation that he says finally that he loves Janet is a really big thing for Hank, as he's been avoiding saying this the entire show, all the way harkening back to the episode in which the alien landed on the planet and they found out it was a Kree invader. Now, Hank ends up joining the Avengers in a bid to stop Loki, and it doesn't really end well. I mean, Loki at this point has the power of Odin and steamrolls over the Avengers. They're essentially stalling and waiting for Odin to wake up, regain his powers, and teach Loki a lesson. And when Odin does, not only does he take down Loki, but he goes to congratulate the mortals that helped save his realm. But Hank still just doesn't really look pleased to be there. He doesn't really want to be. And so Hank does just kind of disappear after this for a while, leaving Janet and the Avengers behind for something new.
What I want is to see scum like you punished once and for all. Who are you? The name's Yellow Jacket.
Alright, so that was Earth's Mightiest Heroes' interpretation of Ant-Man, Giant Man, whatever you want to call him, depending on how Hank was feeling that day, and a little bit on Wasp. I really enjoyed this take on Ant-Man. I thought it was a very good way of balancing the more outlandish him beating his wife plots from the comics, but also dealing with his dissociative identity disorder in a far better manner in this variant. As well, his arguments with his wife and their conflicts feel more real. Those two are just polar opposites who probably aren't good for each other. Hence why they're not really together in the second season very much. Then again, Hank is pretty absent from the second season. But, you know, maybe we'll get to that one day.
Alright, so that was the Hank video. I just want to start by saying I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I absolutely could not separate the audio from the background music, at least in a way that left my original voiceover sounding good. So unfortunately, I just tried to up some of the clips, like from the TV show, try to up some of the audio from that, while also not making it so the background music sounds like hell on your ears. Also, I really did try to separate my voice from this background, and I just couldn't, which is unfortunate. But again, I really tried my best to doctor it up and hopefully make it sound slightly better. I tried. Anyways, other than that, tried to fix some voiceover errors that I made, tried to include some fun bits that I skipped over originally. I hope you enjoyed that one, and now it's time to move on to the third episode, which was my personal favorite, that being Hulk.
Has always been a monster among men in the Marvel Universe. He has always been scorned, he has always been hated, and almost all the time, even in recent continuity, you'll catch him being chased by his friends, the Avengers, or by S.H.I.E.L.D. or Agent Ross. And I think Hulk is one of those characters that often gets pushed to the side when he's in an Avengers show. But I think EMH does a wonderful job of putting him at the forefront and talking about him. And if you know anything about my channel, then you know I have a special relationship to Hulk when it comes to talking about him, as he's been the focal point of some of my larger videos. And EMH does one of the best interpretations of Hulk I think I've seen in a long time, especially in an Avengers setting. Without further ado, let's get into it. Hulk's very first arc in the early season is the idea that Hulk is far more than just some hulking monster that is out for want and destruction. Bruce has really been sort of tapping into his Hulk side as of recent and trying to understand the big green guy, as Hulk and Bruce Banner are almost two separate personalities that simply share a body. And so, among this journey of Bruce trying to understand the Hulk and believing that he can do some good, he ends up running into and tracking down villains that were captured in the cube, attempting to understand why they were being experimented on, and his first stop is with Absorbing Man.
The cube is a supervillain prison specializing in subjects that have been exposed to radiation, which created monsters from men. Dangerous abominations. You were there.
But as the conversation goes on, Bruce digs a little bit too deep and ends up spooking Absorbing Man, essentially convincing him that he is working with S.H.I.E.L.D. or is in fact trying to capture Absorbing Man. And so in retaliation, Absorbing Man attacks, and we get to see our first Hulk transformation in this show, which is fairly grotesque and, in my opinion, one of my favorite ways of being shown how Hulk is transformed in media. It looks grotesque, it looks angry, and it looks like another personality is coming out of Bruce Banner, that being the Hulk. Even though Hulk in this show is very intelligent, he is seen by a lot of his peers to just be a mass of villainy that should only be there to be angry and attack. He's not supposed to be soft or anything of that nature.
Are you trying to be some kind of hero? Is that why you took us out here? To protect people? Well, I've got news for you, Hulk. Those people you're protecting, they think you're more of a monster than me!
Hulk himself is really trying to turn over a new leaf by the time we meet him in EMH. He wants to become a hero. He does not want to endanger civilians. He does not care for getting into scuffles that are even unnecessary in order to prevent harming people. But he's always seemingly placed in positions in which he has to, especially when General Ross is almost consistently assaulting and attacking Hulk. And even if Hulk can get the one-up on General Ross, they have involved S.H.I.E.L.D. And S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't just want Hulk behind bars, but they want to replicate the gamma radiation Hulk is emitting and turn him into some sort of super soldier for the government. Nick Fury in this show is a pretty shady dude, hence why this happens, but we also get our first introduction to Hawkeye, someone who will be very important for Hulk in his development later. In the midst of the scuffle between Hawkeye, Black Widow, and the Hulk, General Ross decides to essentially drop a nuclear device onto said area, a gigantic missile set out to kill the Hulk, but would also kill both Hawkeye and Black Widow. And Hulk decides to just tank the blast himself. He jumps in front of it in order to avoid getting hit and having anyone else be hurt, but in the process ends up knocking Mockingbird's jet flying downwards. And Hulk, instead of escaping, goes out of his way in order to save Mockingbird. And in the process, he ends up getting himself caught by Black Widow due to the strain it put on his body to take the missile blast and to catch Mockingbird. This is like our first real chance at looking at Hulk and seeing him being a hero, where he's not being some sort of villain, he's not fighting people, he's not being a monster. We get to look at him as a hero, and then we get to hear Banner's side of the story when he's captured and being held in the cube, as Banner believes that there is a place for the Hulk, and he's not just this monstrous being. I think that's very important.
The Hulk, he's a monster, right? I mean, that's what they told us. That's what everyone thinks. Military and S.H.I.E.L.D. have been chasing him for years. He's caused untold destruction. He's a monster.
What do you think?
Why did the Hulk save that ship? He could have just escaped. I saw it. He had a way out, but he saved my crew instead. Why?
You're a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, right?
Yeah, so?
Maybe the question you should be asking is what S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hulkbusters want the Hulk for. Open your eyes. Look around this place. Look at the monsters here. Do you really think the cube is a jail?
It's really Bruce Banner and his belief in his other personality being the Hulk that really pushes Hulk towards being something more than what he is. pushes him far away from just wanting to be alone and be by himself into wanting to become a hero, much like the Avengers that are surrounding him in this universe. And even when Bruce is locked up and is being experimented on, he still tries his best to convince those around him that the Hulk is someone to be fought for. He is a force for good. And he even tries to convince Samson that maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't exactly on the up and up when it comes to the experiments they're running here. But that is all cut short when...
Another editor's correction, it was actually Amora the Enchantress who broke everybody out of all of the prison cells under direct authority from Loki.
In the process, he not only breaks out Hulk and breaks Samson out of this sort of area, but unintentionally gifts Samson with gamma irradiated cells, giving him powers similar to the Hulk, but not on the exact same level. But in the process, he not only exhausts himself, but ends up getting taken out by one of Hulk's foes who stay in the cube. And this prompts Hulk to decide to come out and play, coming out of Banner's body once more, and deciding to help and protect Samson by saving his life from Zack's Abomination and the Absorbing Man. Hulk decides not only to save him, but to take him somewhere he will be safe. So Hulk takes him to his favorite diner out in the Mojave. And in the process of dropping Samson off, Hulk ends up intercepting a live TV broadcast of Graviton attacking New York, and in the process, Hulk seemingly has a discussion with himself. And I think that's something that was really great that this show did, and I wish it did more often, was showing that Hulk and Bruce Banner have an inner dialogue with each other on a semi-regular basis.
You could help.
What do you want?
You could make a difference. You could save Thor, just like you saved Samson in the cube.
Funny. I don't remember Thor ever coming to save me.
If you help, it will help us. If you stand by other heroes, if you save lives, people will begin to see that the Hulk isn't a monster, that you can be a force for good.
Hulk reluctantly agrees to Banner's plan, but under one condition, that Hulk would be running their body from now on, that Hulk would be the dominant personality, and Bruce Banner would have to be the one trapped inside his mind for a majority of the time. And Bruce agrees to this. Bruce gives up all of his freedom, all of his life, essentially, in order to prove that the Hulk isn't some savage monster. And so when Hulk does get this green light from Bruce, his first instinct is to go straight after Graviton. He decides that he will take Bruce's advice and join the fellow heroes fighting. And even when Hulk is fighting alongside them, he doesn't really feel like he is a part of this group, that he's a part of something larger. He feels outcasted and ostracized, but all it takes is for one of the Avengers, that being Janet Van Dyne, to hype Hulk up a little bit and sort of give him the idea that maybe he isn't alone in all of this and that he has support from the other Avengers.
You're helping me.
Yeah, now hit him!
It's this seemingly innocuous moment for Janet Van Dyne that to Hulk is a truly huge thing. He's never ever had anybody willing to help him outside of Rick Jones, who we don't see in this first season. And I think it's a big part of the reason that Hulk decides to stick with the Avengers outside of Bruce Banner and the deal he made. As a matter of fact, this is the first time we'll see the Avengers together in their sort of comic accurate group that shows up. And I think it's really interesting that they went with this comic accurate group, as I had stated previously in my Ant-Man video. And I think it's a wonderful group to start with, especially because Hulk almost takes a back seat, especially later in this first season. But the first couple episodes we get of him are extremely well done and well crafted, as he feels like the centerpiece and the focal point of a few of these episodes. But unfortunately, not everything is perfect. You see, Hulk still feels some sort of self-doubt with trying to be this hero. He almost defaults into this angry, I hate everyone, I want to be alone mindset, when he fails to remind himself that he is surrounded by friends, especially at the brand new, newly minted Avengers mansion. But Hulk's propensity towards his angry outbursts and just sheer distrust of other people, it is warranted for the record, but his distrust leads towards easy manipulation and makes him an easy target for Amora the Enchantress to mess with in order to turn Hulk against all of his allies and friends in the Avengers.
They don't trust you. These Avengers, once they're done using you, they'll lock you up too.
This was your idea.
Things have changed.
Amora takes advantage of the fact that Hulk and Bruce Banner can often have a dialogue with each other and uses that against him in order to try and turn the Hulk against his friends, to essentially plant the seeds that, hey, these guys don't want you here, they see you as a monster. And it doesn't help that Hulk and Thor often butt heads already to begin with, as those two are very far opposite of each other on the spectrum of being a hero, with Hulk being far more brash and Thor, surprisingly, being more calculated despite everything. And this tension between both Hulk and Thor tends to boil over, especially in these early episodes, as the two of them continuously butt heads, not only when trying to figure out who to take on first out of the escaped villains from all of the prisons, but also later thanks to a little bit more manipulation from Amora the Enchantress. Amora continues to use her ability to shapeshift in order to antagonize Bruce, i.e. the Hulk, and sort of egg him on to fighting people like Thor. Bruce becomes less like himself in egging on the Hulk's more violent tendencies and getting him to argue more with his companions. Now, Hulk is kind of well intelligent in this show, a little bit of a knucklehead. Dude tends to fall for these manipulations fairly easily. And when Hulk does decide to finally go try and cool off, he ends up scaring a bunch of civilians throughout New York as he's just kind of walking around. And of course, Amora doesn't want this to be how it ends, instead using her abilities to shapeshift.
Correction, Amora the Enchantress had shapeshifted into Pepper Potts and had led to a false report to Thor that he needs to go after Hulk into the city in order to make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. And then that leads to Hulk fighting the Avengers.
And in the process, leaving his mind wide open for easy manipulation by her. That not only eggs the fight further, but is able to ground it and make it even more difficult for Hulk to stop fighting his friends. And I think this is a very interesting episode to show that Hulk is far from perfect. Even though he is trying to be this hero, he is still prone towards his natural outbursts. It's almost as though he is having to fight against his urges in order to just not hurt his friends. Even Janet Van Dyne, who he really viewed as one of his close allies. As a matter of fact, it is him hurting Janet that sort of snaps him out of Amora's mind control, as Janet was the first person in the Avengers to see Hulk for more than what he was as a monster. And so Hulk takes to running away like he is used to going back to being self-isolated, so he can no longer do damage to the Avengers or to anybody else by him being there.
You have to go back. Someone is manipulating you. They wanted you to fight the Avengers. You have to go back and make sure they're okay.
Everything you said was true. I am a monster.
It's only true if you let it be. Walk away now, and it will be.
So Hulk, despite everything, decides to go back and help the Avengers because he does not want to be that monster he is portrayed as. And it's Hulk coming back and intervening that truly turns the tide for the Avengers against Amora the Enchantress and her bodyguard, Scourge the Executioner. Now, when Hulk does come back, Amora does once again try to mind control him, But this time it simply doesn't work, mainly because Hulk knows it's manipulation, and Hulk knows that he is far more than that monster that she whispers in his ear to be. He is sort of coming into his own in understanding that he is far better than what he is being perceived as. But this doesn't change anything, and I think that's another great part of this show, is that nothing just goes back to normal after this happens. The wounds are still there from the arguments with the Avengers, and Hulk is still feeling a lot of self-doubt about himself, and so he decides to continue on his own path, going his own way, and I think that's something the show deserves a lot of praise for, which is not being afraid to change the status quo, even if it means not exactly fitting into popular format for kids television, as they often relied on toy sales back in the day to keep going. But this leads nicely into our next arc, which is Hulk and his self-loathing that's really keeping him from doing anything. The next time we see the Avengers, they've gained a couple new members. They have Captain America now, and they officially have Black Panther on roster. And what's happening is all of the villains who broke out of the cube have started to gamma irradiate the area around the cube, as the leader has this grand plan and design to turn everyone around him into a gamma irradiated monsters to make a perfect world in his own image. And of course, the Avengers do not want this to happen at all, and so they attempt to stop this by entering the gamma irradiated area and preventing the leader from being able to continue this. And honestly, they fail miserably. Not only do they get irradiated once, but they end up getting irradiated twice, as the leader had planned for this to happen, for the Avengers to intervene and enter the area, so he ends up detonating an entire gamma bomb, essentially getting everybody in that area infected with gamma radiation, turning them all into Hulk-like monsters. And by the way, some of these animations are horribly grotesque and definitely left me questioning why I was watching this show as a kid. And that does lead us with the question of, well, where the hell is Hulk? And he's been missing for quite a few episodes at this point. Well, as it turns out, Hulk is back on the countryside trying to avoid people, but General Ross is almost always on top of Hulk, trying to figure out where he is, trying to find him and capture him or kill him if he can. Now, obviously, General Ross is almost always outmanned and outgunned when it comes to fighting the Hulk, but it wouldn't hurt if Hulk had a little help, and that comes in the form of Hawkeye, Clint Barton, who ends up becoming one of Hulk's closest friends and one of my favorite dynamics in this show, as the two bounce off of each other extremely well. And Hawkeye is sort of Hulk's main supporter. Hawkeye firmly believes that Hulk is not only a hero, but is fun to be around, and the two of them enjoy each other's banter and company.
The Avengers are the ones I'm trying to save, not to mention the whole world. There's a big green energy dome, turning everyone into gamma monsters.
You want someone to fight monsters? You should ask them.
I don't need them, smart guy. And I don't need you. I need Banner.
Banner's not home. Now leave me alone.
And while Hulk's brash nature tries to overpower Clint's determination, Clint ends up making a threat that he would beat the crap out of the Hulk, causing him to laugh so hard that he turns back into Bruce Banner, who is much more willing to try and help the Avengers, as it was Bruce's idea, after all, for Hulk to join the Avengers. And while Bruce does come back out after presumably weeks of being stuck as the Hulk, his first plan and thought process is to go back and to figure out who started the gamma irradiation bomb and figure out how he's able to not only take it down, but free the rest of the Avengers who are infected, while also giving Hawkeye a cure himself. Now, when Hulk does finally come back out and they both arrive to the leader who is happening to run this gamma experiment, the leader actually offers Hulk something interesting: the opportunity to be in a world that is just like him, that understands him, and a world that would accept him if he would only just stand with the leader.
You of all people must realize this is for the best. In Gamma World, no one will hunt you. No one will try and cure you. You'll be a king. Everyone who hated you, who attacked you, they will be you. Are you really going to try and stop me?
No. Not stop you. Smash you!
But Hulk knows better than to take any sort of deal the leader was going to give him, as it probably wouldn't end up for the best for him. But not only that, but Hulk had made friends with a lot of the Avengers, even if it is just right now Janet Van Dyne and Hawkeye. He seems to value these friendships, and he seems to value humanity. Hulk sees the value in protecting humanity, unlike someone like the leader does. They are both scorned for their gamma radiation, and while Hulk is considered to be this evil, monstrous villain, he is oftentimes more shown protecting people, especially in this show, than doing harm. Unlike the leader, who is pursued for the same reasons, but has leaned into that sort of stereotyping that he's been given. And so Hulk, being who he is, decides to finally take away the leader's control, ripping away the gamma irradiation dome that has overtaken a lot of the Avengers and the people of Las Vegas, Nevada, essentially deciding that it is better for them to choose for themselves instead of hunting the Hulk no longer simply because they are all irradiated gamma beasts just like him. And even at the end of all of this, Hulk decides to stay with the Avengers on one condition.
Will you walk away as well? You are indeed a noble warrior, Hulk. One who has saved the Avengers and now helped save the world. I would trust you with my life. Will you trust us?
I'll stay if Cupid stays.
You wanna go, J-Jaws? Right here and now? Let's do this!
And the Avengers eventually do learn to embrace Hulk, and I think this is really well shown in the episode in which Hydra is creating the Cosmic Cube, a device that is going to grant them one wish, and of course Hydra wants to use said one wish in order to win World War II and bring their dominance to light. And during this, of course, Hydra is on a full-scale assault of New York, and Captain America takes Hulk under his wing for the two of them to work together, and we get a really sweet heart-to-heart that, if you've seen my Captain America video, you'll recognize.
Lucky shot.
If you say so, big guy. Now remember, watch out for civilians.
Is that why you teamed up with me? To protect people from the monster?
Stow that talk. I want you to protect civilians from Hydra. They're the monsters here, not you. In my day, we had a name for someone like you.
Yeah? What's that?
Hero. I've been watching you, Hulk. No matter how scared people are of you, no matter how much you're hounded, you always do the right thing. And that makes you a hero in my book.
And as innocuous as it seems, I believe from that moment forward, Hulk views himself as a true hero. His arc is pretty much complete by this point, as he is viewing himself as a hero. He is viewed in the public as a hero. And that just leaves one more major storytelling point to go over, and that is when the Avengers are trying to stop Loki's plot to take control of the 9 realms. And that starts with trying to stop Amora from opening a portal to every realm on Earth. And as Hulk is tasked with defeating the Executioner in order to stop this, ultimately and unfortunately, all of the Avengers fail in stopping the opening of all the portals around the world, and Loki's plot is coming to fruition. His want and desire to control all 9 realms while taking the Odin force away from Odin and claiming ultimate power for himself. Hulk finds himself in Asgard and finds himself with the Executioner's battle axe, and of course, as the Asgardians are being escorted on their way by ogres to become slaves, Hulk doesn't exactly take too kindly to this and goes far out of his way in order to help the Asgardians, seeming happy to do so despite his usual angry face. And upon fighting the ogres, and of course winning, as this is Hulk we're talking about, he wasn't going to lose to some ogres, we get this really funny piece of dialogue coming from one of Thor's friends.
Truly, you possess the gift of battle. I am Volstagg the Voluminous, and with your strength, Emerald One, we can take back Asgard this day.
And with that, of course, the Avengers unite, all in an attempt to fight a giant ice wolf and make their way straight to Loki, all with the help of Captain America as he gets back from Niflheim, the land of the dishonored dead, which I kind of missed in my Captain America video, my bad, but we'll correct it in this one. And of course, as per usual at the end of these videos, Loki is stalled for long enough so that Odin wakes up, reclaims the Odin Force, and banishes Loki to a land befitting of his desired tortures, which is honestly terrible where he ends up, but well deserved at this point. And then the Avengers are all congratulated and recognized for their deeds in not only saving Asgard, but saving all of the 9 realms by Odin and Thor. And I think at the end of all of this, Hulk gets out of these experiences what he was looking for. Hulk is recognized as a true hero. He is surrounded by friends that he considers family, and he's finally found a balance between himself and Bruce Banner. They finally found an understanding for each other, and he finally gets that peaceful end he's been looking for since the start of this first season.
Too bad. I can't believe you, Banner. You get to come out and play one day a month. The one day the Hulk actually lets you come out, and you want to do this?
Yeah. You have no idea what it's like inside the Hulk's head. No idea what I'm giving up to prove the Hulk can be a force for good. So, I'm taking the day for me.
Now, if you've been with the channel long enough, you guys know just how much I love Hulk as a character. I made my first 3 videos on this whole talking about, analyzing, video essay stuff, whatever you want to call it. I made 3 whole episodes essentially surrounding him, or at least including him. And those first 3 were a trip for me. I got to go back and watch some of my favorite cartoons and movies from my childhood, and I got to talk about Hulk, who in my opinion is one of the most interesting characters to make a video essay on, as Hulk is sort of written differently and acted differently in every single interpretation that I've read him with. Now, he has his baseline stature of being a very angry man who wants to seek redemption, but it's done in many different interesting and varying ways throughout the different medias he's portrayed. And I think that's my favorite part about talking about Hulk.
Okay, so that was the Hulk video. It was my personal favorite, not only to create, but when I was recording, I was having probably the most fun. Well, actually, I take that back. I'll tell you which video I had the most fun making later, but this video was definitely my favorite, as again, Hulk is one of those characters I just really enjoy talking about. Now, as for some technical things, I don't know if I had mentioned this earlier, but part of the reason I could never decipher that the right ear was getting all of the volume is because my old headset, which was dying at this point when I'm making these videos, couldn't last more than an hour. Haha, get your jokes out now. It couldn't last more than about an hour without needing to be plugged in. And when I plugged it in, all you hear out of the left ear is pure static. So I couldn't hear anything out of the left ear. And all of my volume was being funneled to the right. So that's part of the reason I never was able to figure out that that issue was going on. Hopefully the fixes I've done for the supercut are working properly and that's not a problem anymore, but you never really know. So hopefully, I do have a new headset now, so appreciate y'all. Y'all are the reason I got a new one, so shout out you guys. All right, on to the next episode, which is the Hawkeye one, so get ready. But before we go on, hydration check real quick. Make sure you're drinking water, you're eating, whatever's going on. Now without further ado, the Hawkeye video.
exception. He has always been an anti-authority figure in the Avengers and in the superhero scene in general. He doesn't really believe in following any sort of set rules, but he believes in doing what is right to the best of his ability, even if that means going into conflict with entities such as S.H.I.E.L.D., even the Avengers on some occasions. Now, Hawkeye in EMH was one of my favorite interpretations of the character. I thought he was really well done, he was extremely funny, and he was often the comedic relief of the show, but he also had one of the more compelling story arcs throughout the season, even if it happened more towards the middle and less than at the start or the beginning. And I think we should start today with Hawkeye's betrayal and his blind faith. The first time we meet Hawkeye, he is a part of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Special Operations Unit and is working very closely with Black Widow. It's implied the two of them have been teammates for years, and they trust each other with their lives. There's even some sort of subtle hints at a romantic tension between the two of them. The first assignment we see the two of these characters working together is against the Hulk, who happens to be going on what General Ross is saying is another one of his manic rampages, and that the Hulk needs to be put down despite everything that he's been trying to do. So Hawkeye and Black Widow are dispatched to fight the Hulk. See, Hulk has almost zero interest in fighting S.H.I.E.L.D. agents like Hawkeye and Black Widow, or even Ross in general, as he was really there to fight the Absorbing Man. But S.H.I.E.L.D. had put them and tasked them with not only taking down Hulk/Bruce Banner, but also taking him to the Cube, the secure facility for locking up Gamma villains for the most part. Now, both Black Widow and Hawkeye are able to dispatch of the Hulk simply because General Ross was willing to blow up all three of them if it meant taking down the Hulk, and Hulk is actually a hero, as explained in my last video, cheeky plug, that he essentially does not want them to get injured, and even in the object of time that he could escape from this conflict and fight, Hulk decides to save somebody instead of escaping. That somebody being Bobby Morse, who happened to be flying a S.H.I.E.L.D. jet at the time. And Hulk's decision to save her ultimately ends up leading to his capture, unfortunately. But in Hulk doing this act, it sort of gets Clint Barton thinking. It gets Hawkeye thinking, why would this supposed monster do an act such as not only saving his life, but saving the life of somebody else, when he could have escaped from the persecution that he's currently under? It didn't make sense to Clint.
The Hulk, he's a monster, right? I mean, that's what they told us. That's what everyone thinks. Military and S.H.I.E.L.D. have been chasing him for years. He's caused untold destruction. He's a monster.
What do you think?
Why did the Hulk save that ship? He could have just escaped. I saw it.
Maybe the question you should be asking is what S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hulkbusters want the Hulk for.
This talk with Bruce Banner ends up leading Hawkeye to sort of questioning the government organization that he works for. He questions S.H.I.E.L.D., and he wants to deeply understand why they're kidnapping all of these gamma-irradiated villains and placing them inside of a prison specifically for them, and is the motive really to cure them? Hawkeye knows about some of the shady dealings that have been going on with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the past, and so I believe that informs his decision, and especially emboldened by the fact that he just hates authority. It's part of his character arc. And as we see in the show, Natasha isn't exactly one to be trusted, and that's Hawkeye's closest partner. So when Hawkeye sees her doing something shady, he wants to follow up on it, even if he wants to believe that she's on the up and up, as much as he thinks she is. And unfortunately for Hawkeye, what he finds is that Black Widow isn't exactly on the up and up like he had hoped. He finds that she is dealing in intelligence to the criminal organization known as Hydra, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most sworn enemies. She's not only selling secrets, but giving away those blood samples of gamma-irradiated beings to Hydra, and is setting up a deal to make a drop right now. Now, it is interesting to note that Black Widow's eyes are green, and I think that was an intentional choice as a subtle portion of foreshadowing for her character in this TV show. Now, as Black Widow goes to make the drop with Hydra, giving them the blood, hoping to join their ranks fully, Hawkeye obviously gets there in time to stop the deal, and he is very hurt by the fact that Natasha would double-cross not only S.H.I.E.L.D., but double-cross him. They're supposed to be partners, they're supposed to be extremely close, and Hawkeye feels extremely betrayed by this. And it gets even worse when Black Widow essentially sets Hawkeye up and makes it look like he was the one who was being a traitor to S.H.I.E.L.D., not her, which ends up leading to Hawkeye being imprisoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. and being stripped of his special agent status, all of the things that he has worked for since he has been at S.H.I.E.L.D. He has just had his entire life turned upside down in a matter of a few hours. He figures out the organization he works for is corrupt. He figures out his partner is dealing to the villains, to the other side, and then he gets stripped of everything and is arrested. So of course he wants answers, but he also wants revenge, and a lot of it. The next time we see Hawkeye, he is locked up in the vault, still doing time for Black Widow's betrayal. But Hawkeye would get a lucky break, as Amora the Enchantress and Loki have been planning a breakout for all the villains across every single prison in this show that has been shown so far, and is planning to break them all out in order to cause chaos for the heroes of Earth. And in this process, Hawkeye is freed from his prison. Hawkeye decides to take the opportunity to escape. He helps the villains gather all of their necessary tools, along with his own fun little gadgets, in order to get everybody out so that he can make his grand escape in the exact same way. But Hawkeye does this with a twist. He has absolutely no interest in helping the villains actually escape. He is simply getting his stuff so he can help contain the villains inside of the vault. But unfortunately, when Iron Man shows up, he mistakes Hawkeye for a villain and decides to try and shoot at him, much to Hawkeye's happiness. But even when Iron Man was in his most dire straits, and after having technically wronged Hawkeye by trying to shoot at him, Hawkeye decides to save Iron Man, as he is a hero at heart. Hawkeye might not do things in the traditional sense, or as a very legal way of doing things, but he believes in his own code himself, and so he decides to continue to do what he was doing previously and helps Iron Man, believing that Iron Man will do more good than harm, especially if Hawkeye is able to escape, because Hawkeye really only has one thing on his mind, and that is getting Black Widow. Now, a few episodes later, while Hawkeye is still trying to find Black Widow, he is being pursued by the Avengers because he is still considered a traitor and somebody who broke out of the vault. So he is still viewed as a villain to the Avengers, which is fairly interesting, as Hawkeye doesn't even try to explain himself. He simply goes looking for Black Widow, believing that's the best way that he can not only clear his name, but also get answers for why she would betray him. But even being as skilled as Hawkeye is, he was basically on the verge of getting caught by the Avengers if it wasn't for the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. intervenes to save him. Surprisingly, but S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't really there for Hawkeye, nor are they necessarily super worried about what this one man is doing. Instead, S.H.I.E.L.D. is there to contact the Avengers because there is something wrong at the secret government facility, the Cube, and they believe that the Avengers are the only people that can stop it. And this allows Hawkeye to escape and continue to pursue Black Widow like he was planning to. When we catch back up with Hawkeye, he is once again pursuing Black Widow to another one of Hydra's secret bases, and is looking to not only settle the score between the two of them, but also to capture her in order to take her to the Avengers. Now, I find it interesting that he doesn't want to take them to S.H.I.E.L.D., even though yes, he is a complete traitor to them. He would rather trust the Avengers, who were just hunting him down, than he would S.H.I.E.L.D. I think it speaks volumes to the fact that he has lost almost all confidence in an organization that he used to believe in so highly. But I also think part of it is he almost has this sort of masochistic death wish when it comes to fighting Black Widow. He's either going to turn her in and get the information, or he's straight up just going to die trying.
You should have let it go, Clint.
So shoot. Come on, Natasha. Do it! Come on, you Hydra scum!
And when Hawkeye does finally get Black Widow dead to rights, he decides to take her to the Avengers, as I stated earlier, simply because S.H.I.E.L.D. probably wasn't going to believe a single word that he said, even if he had a video recording, at least at this moment. Now, Hawkeye is still very scorned by the fact of what Black Widow did to him. She was his closest partner, his closest confidant, and his closest friend. He would put blind faith into her. And
Another quick little editor's note. Whoever was drawing Black Widow for this show was having way too much fun. I'm just gonna say that. They was having way too much fun. I think sometimes in the early 2000s or 2000s in general and the early 2010s, I think some of these dudes completely forgot that they were drawing for kids shows, man. I swear.
He had that faith shattered, and so he was much more willing to take her to the Avengers than to S.H.I.E.L.D. or anywhere else, but he simply wanted to see her get punished for this. But on the flip side of that, Hawkeye would have had to have had some faith in the Avengers, as while Hawkeye is trying to go deliver Black Widow to the cube where the Avengers are currently at after having taken care of the Gamma issue there over in Nevada, it doesn't end up working out very well for them, as this was all planned out by the leader, who was trying to turn everyone in the entire world into gamma irradiated monsters. And when Hawkeye finds this out, it is far too late, as he is quite literally about to be consumed by the gamma radiation. So him and Black Widow have to make a hightail chase out of there. And now Clint has a bigger problem than just delivering Black Widow to the Avengers. Now he has to figure out a way to save the Avengers from the radiation dome. And he comes up with a pretty good plan to do that.
You're part of this, aren't you?
Don't be stupid. Hydra has as much to lose as anyone if that maniac takes over the world. Clint, the Avengers were inside that dome. They're gone. What now?
Not all of the Avengers were inside. We have to find the Hulk.
I feel like Hawkeye is one of, if not the most relatable character in this show. He is the base human who is surrounded by gods, monsters, and super soldiers. He goes through the widest range of emotions, I feel, even if it just seems like he is the wisecracking guy who has no heart and doesn't feel anything. We are shown multiple times that there is a depth of emotion to this character, and that he is capable of doing some really crappy things, such as just leaving Black Widow to be irradiated. Now granted, I don't blame him considering the way he was treated by Black Widow, but it kind of gets put into perspective of how this character is. He reminds me a lot of Guy Gardner, that Green Lantern, and Guy Gardner is one of my favorite superheroes on the DC side of things. Now, of course, Hawkeye does go save Hulk, as he needs Bruce Banner's help, and of course, when he does meet Bruce Banner, the Hulk, he is under attack, and Hawkeye decides to not only save him, but try and convince the Hulk to give him Bruce Banner, so that the two of them can save the Avengers, and he does it in a pretty hilarious way.
Meet Bruce Banner in the next 3 seconds. Bottom line, I will take you down.
Like, that's definitely some stuff Guy Gardner would have pulled in order to calm somebody down. Guy Gardner comparisons aside, I think Hawkeye does things like this on purpose. He sees a way of diffusing the situation by almost fake escalating it to the point that it seems humorous in his overconfidence in himself. And I think that's part of what he uses as a sort of diffusing tool, especially when talking with a character like Hulk, that he knows he can't force to do anything at all. Now, Hawkeye and Bruce Banner eventually do create a plan in order to stop the leader and in order to save the rest of the Avengers and potentially the world from being taken over and gamma irradiated. This is all thanks to technology that Bruce developed, giving Hawkeye the ability to essentially transform the gamma irradiated Avengers back into their normal states using specific trick arrows that I always found to be nice and a little bit gimmicky. But when Hawkeye does eventually take down the leader with the help of both Hulk and Thor, he is given the option to go back to S.H.I.E.L.D.
Footage from your sky cycle confirms your story. The Widow is working for Hydra. I sent agents to her location, but she was long gone.
She's good. I'll give her that.
You're cleared, Hawkeye. Your S.H.I.E.L.D. special agent status will be reinstated.
You mean the same S.H.I.E.L.D. that locked me up? Yeah, no thanks. I'm going after the Widow on my own.
Hawkeye once again rejects the notion of returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization he feels has deliberately scorned him. I mean, dude doesn't even consider the offer Tony Stark gives him to join the Avengers, but it ends up being Hulk that changes his mind. Throughout Part 2 of Gamma World, both Hulk and Hawkeye have developed a sort of relationship together that is built on trust and faith, the two of them putting faith in each other and trust. Hawkeye almost seems to gain himself another partner inside of the Avengers. And he decides that, you know what, if Hulk stays, I'll stay. And even though Hawkeye may moan and groan about the Avengers, he does end up finding them a great group that he likes to stay with.
Okay, so listen. You realize the Avengers are a complete disaster, right? Iron Man is completely unqualified to lead a team like this. Thor is crazy. The Hulk is a bomb waiting to go off. Ant-Man couldn't be less interested in taking down bad guys. And Wasp belongs on the party circuit, not in law enforcement.
Funnily enough, he has almost nothing negative to say about Captain America, and nothing too overly negative to say about T'Challa, as the two of them stay at the Wakandan embassy. Hawkeye has sort of found himself a new group of partners that he can put his trust into, knowing that they most likely will not betray him again like he was before. And honestly, this leads to some of the funniest moments in the show when it comes to Hawkeye being on the Avengers. He often does a lot of stupid things and/or impulsive things, and his sort of comedic timing in each one of these episodes, specifically with Hulk, which are some of my favorites.
All right, I'll take them all. Just rest, big guy.
Maybe I will rest now. Good luck.
Hawkeye also has a pretty fun relationship with Black Panther, which was mostly shown in the Masters of Evil episode, where the two of them were at the Wakandan embassy and hence the rest of the Avengers get kidnapped. They're both left alone and sort of underestimated, and so they make a plan to save Ant-Man, give him some time to get his equipment from the lab, and act as a distraction for the rest of the group, which I find absolutely hilarious when they explain this to Baron Zemo.
Weird. Purple Puss here seems to think we were trying to defeat him.
I heard. He is misguided. We were not trying to defeat your team, Baron. We were simply allowing Ant-Man uninterrupted access to his lab.
And Ant-Man goes to his lab, gets his stuff, the Avengers get freed, and they all go into this big fight. But now this episode wasn't really Hawkeye-centric. It just had some funny moments for him, such as when he does save the Avengers for what him feels like the second time in a row.
You know, I'm not so sure I want to be part of a team I have to rescue every week.
Perhaps they will elect you team leader now.
Really? You think?
The next truly Hawkeye-centric episode is Widow's Sting, in which he is once again disobeying not only direct orders from S.H.I.E.L.D., but direct orders from the Avengers in his continued pursuit of Black Widow, mainly because Black Widow and Hydra as a whole are off limits to the Avengers. Even though the Avengers do not officially work for S.H.I.E.L.D., follow any of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rules, they sort of have this uneasy, unspoken agreement that they're not allowed to deal with certain targets, and one of them for the Avengers is Hydra, as the Avengers have enough problems with all of the villains that broke out from the various prisons that happened earlier in this first season. And when Hawkeye is once again caught disobeying orders and going after Hydra, he is promptly reprimanded not only by Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. as a whole, but also he is quickly reprimanded by Iron Man of the Avengers. Hawkeye really just wished at this point that he felt like he was being supported by at least the Avengers at the bare minimum, and he was going to go after Natasha regardless. Thankfully, two people are there to support him, those being Black Panther and Captain America.
You want to help? You know, would it have killed you two to say any of this while I was getting chewed out by Fury and Stark in there?
Still the same old charmer, aren't you, Hawkeye? Nice to see you haven't matured at all since you left S.H.I.E.L.D.
And he also gets help from one of his old partners in S.H.I.E.L.D., that being Mockingbird, aka Bobby, who happened to take up a new mantle now that there was an opening in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Special Agents Division, considering both Hawkeye and Black Widow went rogue on them. And the four of them come up with a genius plan to get Hawkeye and Mockingbird captured so that Black Panther and Captain America can stealthily follow them to wherever Hydra is running their operation. And this plan works pretty much as well as they could have expected, with both Mockingbird and Hawkeye being captured by Baron von Strucker and the Hydra organization as a whole. Yeah, their plan kind of went to crap, as the two of them ended up in prison cells and sort of just waiting to be rescued by Captain America and Black Panther. But in waiting to be rescued, Hawkeye and Mockingbird have a heart-to-heart where they explain to each other how they're feeling and what's going on. But this is quickly interrupted by Natasha, who comes in to antagonize Hawkeye. At least that's how he views it from his perspective. And he, of course, is very frustrated with not only seeing her, but having to talk to her in the first place.
Hawkeye. You can stop right there, Tasha. I don't want to hear it. You're dead to me. I'm gonna get out of here and make you pay. Do you hear me? I'll never stop, Widow!
And using his own rage to sort of mask his escape, as he's able to open the door to his cell and get Bobby out of her cell as well, in order to have a grand, gigantic battle between Hydra, the two of them, and of course, Black Panther and Captain America. Now, what I find very interesting in this entire gigantic fight is that Hawkeye does actually have a chance to take out Black Widow permanently. He has a shot right at her, but when he sees that Bobby or Mockingbird is being taken down, he chooses instead to save Mockingbird, as his morals would not let him simply just leave her to die. And I find that very interesting. With how needy he is to take down Black Widow, he's still going to look out for his friends, even if that leads to a less advantageous fight against Black Widow later. And then we get something that was extremely interesting. So the entire time this show has presented Black Widow as being a traitor, but we've seen hints and flashes of her being a hero, right? We've seen hints of her own vulnerability and some sort of clues that she doesn't exactly like what she's doing, despite the act that she is putting on. And when Baron von Strucker almost kills Hawkeye, Black Widow just doesn't let it happen. There's clearly a motive behind the reason of saving Hawkeye, and she just doesn't explain it yet, instead telling him to simply leave and be thankful for his life. And this left Clint rattled and wondering why Black Widow would save his life. But there wasn't much time for him to think about this, at least yet, as he's getting grilled by Nick Fury, and Captain America kind of shields him from this, as Captain America is one of Nick Fury Jr.'s heroes. Correction, turns out, unlike in the comics, in this TV show, Nick Fury is not a junior. As a matter of fact, there was no Nick Fury Sr. in this TV show. Instead, it was Jack Fury who was his father, not Nick Fury Sr. Didn't know that, so shout out the comment that I'm probably gonna put up that let me know that. Having served with his father, so Hawkeye gets off a little bit lighter, but then he does express how he's feeling to those two Avengers and thanks them.
My back. That's what being on a team means. I can't figure it out. Why'd she do it? Why'd Natasha save me?
This leads to Hawkeye kind of cooling off on his pursuit of Black Widow, at least for a little bit, until she decides to show up to his doorstep. Now, Hawkeye was having another powwow with the Avengers, basically saying, I'm the best archer, I can shoot better than anybody else, watch me do it. And while he was in the middle of trying to attempt this, the power goes out at the mansion, and the Avengers are rightfully confused and concerned, of course, as this isn't a typical occurrence despite Hawkeye's quips. And what they find is extremely interesting, as Black Widow is just standing at the front door of the Avengers mansion and is asking for their help. Now, I do love the fact that Hulk was quite literally down to ride for Hawkeye and was willing to straight up kill Black Widow, but Black Widow comes with a lot of information. She is essentially saying that Nick Fury put her undercover to help figure out what Hydra and AIM were building together, that being the Cosmic Cube, a device that can make any sort of wish come into reality, regardless of how life-altering it could be. Now, Hawkeye is, of course, skeptical, but decides to give Black Widow a chance to explain herself and explain the situation, mainly because he wants to believe that there is still good in her, especially considering the fact that she went out of her way to save him from Baron von Strucker. And another thing I find highly interesting about this is when all of the other Avengers quite literally doubt Black Widow and say she is full of it and that she's lying and that Nick Fury has gone to ground for a different reason, Hawkeye is the one that stands up for her and basically says, I believe her and I trust her, which I find very interesting as he has spent a majority of this entire first season hating Black Widow to her core. He has essentially been looking for revenge and angry with her. But I think it's also in discovering the truth and getting the real answers of why she would do this that his anger subsides and that he's able to work with her once again, even if he does so in sort of a picky, jabby way, basically saying, haha, like old times, except, without all the betrayal. And to Hawkeye, I think it's his way of saying, I forgive you. Now, of course, the Avengers are able to stop Baron von Strucker from making any sort of wish with the Cosmic Cube, and are able to save the day. But Black Widow is still wanted by S.H.I.E.L.D. heavily, and while the other Avengers are talking to S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye lets Black Widow go.
You're clear. This is crazy, Natasha. Come back to the mansion with me. The Avengers will protect you until we can locate Fury.
No, I have to find him. Clint, if Fury really is missing, then something terrible has happened. Come with me.
I can't. I'm an Avenger. They're my partners now.
Alright, another element of the video that I wanted to include but cut for time was that, thinking of it from Black Widow's perspective, she has been sent to be deep undercover, infiltrating Hydra. Not only does she have to betray the man she loves, the person she regards closest, she also ends up losing her only contact at S.H.I.E.L.D. being Nick Fury. Just imagine the kind of turmoil that put her in as a character, and I think that also informs the decisions she made earlier, such as saving Hawkeye. It's very clear that she still cared for him and that she still loved him, but unfortunately, due to the fact that she is number one to deep cover, it is something she just has to live with. And that's another thing that I feel like the MCU sort of forgot, was that Black Widow is A1 Day 1 for the mission. She will do anything for the mission. And I feel like that got lost, especially now with more modern Black Widow comic books and adaptations, because we're so used to seeing her as more of a hero and less of that morally gray anti-hero who would be willing to do just about anything to get the job done, even if it went against her own personal belief systems. And now we get more of somebody who's trying to right the wrongs of their past, i.e. Wolverine. And while Hawkeye does forgive Black Widow, he also is ready to move on with another group of heroes to have new partners and be strong enough to forge new relationships as an Avenger. Oh, did I forget to mention this is also like partially a love story between the two characters? Because it kind of is, but that wasn't really the most prominent thing about the relationship. Regardless, that pretty much wraps up Hawkeye's arc in this TV show. He was really more of a comic relief character, but he did have a quite interesting arc. Dude really reminds me of Guy Gardner from the Justice League comics, and I think that's partly why I love him so much. I just wish I had more to say, but I was never really big into Hawkeye comics, nor did I really know much about the character outside of the limited interpretations I saw from the MCU, this TV show, and the one comic book run I read in like 2017. So a few more things I just wanted to add on. On the original end of this video, I had made a comment about hopefully I only got like 2 things wrong. Yeah, I got like 3 or 4 things wrong. I'm sorry. I really tried. I really did. And also, I kept making the illusion between this version of Hawkeye and Guy Gardner. And originally, in my plan for the video, I had included a clip of Guy Gardner, but unfortunately, I had to not only cut it for time, but also for, obviously, copyright reasons, because having clips of Hawkeye and Guy Gardner play back to back just wouldn't really be conducive to not getting copyrighted. So unfortunately, I had to leave that on the cutting table, and of course, I would love to include that in the supercut if it again was not for copyright, so real sorry about that, guys. But regardless, we're moving on to the next episode, which is going to be Iron Man, so stay tuned.
The MCU's Iron Man was all about returning him to the status quo and setting a baseline for how every Iron Man story should be. Then Earth's Mightiest Heroes Iron Man was essentially building upon that foundation and creating, in my opinion, the greatest adaptation of the character we have seen brought to light in any sort of animated form. And this show starts off strong with this, as the very first episode of the show is used to build up Iron Man as a character. He's our introduction to this brand new universe of
Okay, so as many of you guys did figure out when I posted this video and a few other the EMH ones, the art style from the very first couple episodes, like the first 6 episodes of EMH, is extremely different from the rest of the animation style. Whether it's characters' faces, background characters' faces, backgrounds in general, the entire show got an overall art overhaul, and I think it's for the better, specifically with characters like Tony you're seeing right now, and especially Amora the Enchantress, who got the biggest glow up. Wish it could be me though. Anyways, let's get back to your regularly scheduled video.
Superheroes. Despite the fact that this show was originally intended to be a Hulk show, we're opening with Iron Man, and I think it was a wonderful choice to open with this character. For the simple fact that Tony's main conflict throughout the very early part of this season is coming to terms with the fact that he cannot just do this whole superhero gig by himself. Tony is fairly new to being Iron Man when we meet him in Earth's Mightiest Heroes, and he thinks that he has to do it all by himself, that he is the only person that can protect New York and can get his stolen technology back and to keep from hurting people. This whole first episode centers on Tony Stark being on his own, trying to recover his stolen technology and defeat enemies such as Hydra as they terrorize New York. Now, Tony does get concerned, stemming from mostly Pepper Potts and Rhodey, as they are concerned for his well-being. They tend to wonder why he thinks that he can only do this by himself, especially when the threats that Tony faces are numerous and from multiple angles. Now, I understand why Tony seems that he can only do this himself, and that's because he sees himself as partly responsible for why Hydra is so well armed currently. Tony Stark for years supplied weapons to S.H.I.E.L.D. and just about anybody who would buy them. That was on the up and up enough. But when Tony recognized the damage that he was doing with his weapons making, he decided to stop and instead become Iron Man, in a hope and in an event to stop his technology from hurting people. Now, this is of course a great idea in theory, but unfortunately in practicality, it's not going to work the same, as Tony had majority of his specs stolen from him and from S.H.I.E.L.D. by Hydra. And to make matters even worse, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't even recognize Tony Stark as a hero. They recognize him as a loose cannon vigilante who is potentially causing more damage than good, and their immediate initiative is to take him in for questioning. And even when Tony tries to explain to them that he is there to help and that he should not be taken in, and even when Tony decides to try and help the mandroids that have come to arrest him from S.H.I.E.L.D., he ends up being attacked by them as they assume that he is making a threat against them, despite the fact that Tony is trying to save them. And when Tony is finally able to not only take down the Hydra goons, but also deal with the mandroids, he goes to confront Nick Fury, as he wants to make it very clear that he is here to help people, but he's also not here to shine up for S.H.I.E.L.D. and deal with their bureaucracy, and also to deal with their shady business tactics. But Maria Hill really isn't liking this idea that there will be a loose cannon vigilante outside of her jurisdiction and outside of the government's jurisdiction, even if Nick Fury, surprisingly enough, is willing to sanction Iron Man to a degree. And all this interaction does for Tony is to truly reinforce the notion that everything he does has to be done himself, that he's not going to get any help from the outside, even from his closest friends.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I know you guys are always there for me, but against this, who's gonna help me?
But the thing is, there are other people out there who would be willing to help Tony if he would simply open his eyes.
And I think that's what Breakout does a pretty decent job of doing, is showcasing that just because Tony is powerful on his own and he is able to take out subsects of villains and C tier, D tier list villains, he still struggles to take on any sort of actual meaningful crime bosses and or A-list, B-list type villains. And this episode, it really does show us this by starting with him taking down a little Ames arm deal and taking them over to the Vault, which would be the maximum security prison for the more normal types of villains in this universe. But as Tony was leaving the Vault, he gets a call from Pepper. Apparently there is a gigantic breakout, not just happening at the Vault, but happening at all 4 maximum security prisons that are run by S.H.I.E.L.D. And when Iron Man goes to investigate and hopefully stop breakouts that are occurring throughout at least the Vault, he ends up getting absolutely obliterated. He is far overwhelmed by more B tier and A tier villains and even some C tier villains simply because he cannot handle taking on so many of these guys at the exact same time. And if it was not for the intervention of Hawkeye, Iron Man would have quite literally died in this scene. I think this is Tony's first hint that he cannot do all of this by himself and that maybe he's going to need more help. And also a couple more new suits because this one's practically trashed. And while Tony is busy getting himself a new suit, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experiments turned supervillains has broken out of the Vault, and that would be Graviton, and he is wreaking absolute havoc in New York, and Tony needs to make a break to go save the day, at least in his mind. But what he ends up finding is that not only is he there, but Janet Van Dyne, Hank Pym, and Thor are all within the same vicinity trying to stop Graviton from destroying New York. And so Tony, at least temporarily, decides to team up with them, knowing that he can't take on this dude alone. And with the help of both Hank Pym, Janet Van Dyne, Thor, and even the Hulk, who to this point in the show has been said to be nothing but a mindless monster, this group of unlikely and ragtag individuals are able to take down Graviton in a quite spectacular fashion and are able to prevent any more damage than was already done, kind of. But just as they're getting ready to celebrate, S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to take them down, or at the very minimum, enlist them. And what I think is very interesting is that Iron Man is the first person to stand up and say, hey, Hulk, for example, is not the enemy, and that they should not be persecuted for the fact that they are out here saving lives. But it is Ant-Man who does stand up to Fury and say that it is a bad idea for them to become official S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. But Iron Man is the one who decides that maybe they would be better as a team. The man who was so adamant on being solo has come around to the team ideology.
What we did here, it can change things. The world needs us, but not as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As a team, on our own. Together, we can avenge the wrongs caused by all these villains.
We can be Avengers.
And that's exactly what Tony sets out to do. He recruits as many members as he possibly can to this new Avengers and really wants to build something larger than just himself because he needs the extra support when it comes to taking down the over 77 villains that have broken out from all of the various prisons. And of course, they gain and lose members occasionally, but the most important member that they gain, I believe, for Tony is Captain America, outside of the original core that met to take down Graviton, as Iron Man and Captain America play off of each other in a very unique and dynamic way in this show, where they're not exactly enemies nor on opposite sides of the spectrum too often, but the two of these characters are almost never 100% aligned in the way they want to do things. And I think that's very important for Tony's development in this show. But there is always a mutual respect between the two of them at the end of the day, and I think that's what's most important as the two figureheads of the Avengers. But not everything is going perfectly, as Tony's past would continue to creep up on him no matter how hard he tried to push away from it. Tony had recently bought a company that was owned by Simon Williams. Now, when Tony buys this company, he has nothing but the best intentions, and that is simply to save the company.
But because of the way that Tony is, and almost the absent-minded nature in which he talks to other people, he ends up getting Simon misconstrued. Simon believes that Tony is doing a hostile takeover and is taking away the one thing that he lives for. And in fact, Tony's not trying to do that, but unfortunately that is how it came off. And even Hank confronts him about this. Tony is very reluctant to do some growth and/or look back on what he said, instead defaulting to making jokes and deflecting with sarcasm, which is something that he does often. But unfortunately, Simon having his livelihood stripped of him and the one thing he cares about ends up pushing him to go meet with his brother, the Grim Reaper, a villain that has connections in the underworld, enough connections to give Simon the power to save his company, but at a cost. That cost, unfortunately, is going to be Simon's humanity. MODOK offers Simon enough power to not only take on Iron Man, but also take on some of the other Avengers, but at the cost of not only being a guinea pig, but being stripped of his humanity. But Simon loves his company too much to give it up. It's the one thing he's worked his entire life towards, and it's the one thing that he has. And I think Tony understood that, and I think that's why he tried to save Simon's company, but the way in which he went about doing so was wrong. He essentially went for a hostile takeover without explaining why he was doing it for himself, and Hank continues to confront Tony about this, believing that Tony hasn't changed a bit from the old arms dealer that he was previously.
I'm a different person now.
Right. You say you've changed. Now, maybe you're not making weapons anymore, but you're still hurting people. Just ask Simon Williams.
And that hurt runs deep in Simon. Simon is so hurt, in fact, that he straight up just attacks Iron Man at his own company because he wants his back so badly. Simon doesn't even give Iron Man time to explain. And I mean, does Tony deserve time to explain? The way in which he went about handling this entire situation was extremely poor. Now, does that warrant the response that he got? Of course not. Because Tony, at the end of the day, does care a lot about trying to do better and do good in this world and to leave it a better place than he found it. But unfortunately, because his reputation as an arms dealer, as a cruel businessman precedes him, it led to this entire situation. And even when Ant-Man gets Simon to calm down, Iron Man just escalates the situation once again, because I don't think he knew a better solution at the time than to simply escalate. Now, obviously the rest of the Avengers get involved, and Tony has to sort of devise a plan as Simon is completely unstable. His molecular structure is degrading rapidly, and he is a danger not only to himself, but to the rest of the world. But again, Tony proves that he does care. Even when faced with certain death, he cares enough to still try and save Simon by bringing him inside of a place where his energy can be contained and hopefully dispersed in a safe way that keeps him from deteriorating. And when he is unable to do that, it's devastating for Tony.
This is not what I wanted. I was trying to explain to him. I bought Simon's company to save it. It wasn't going to survive. I knew Simon had brilliant tech and development. I wanted to work with him, to save what he built. All I wanted to do was help him.
And I think all of these failures lead into Iron Man trying his best to take command of the Avengers and lead them towards being something better. For better or worse, whether Tony likes it or not, he is the figurehead of the Avengers. He is considered the leader, at least in this continuity. And even if that means he needs to get nudges and little helps from his other members, particularly Captain America.
So, who wants to go first? Panther?
Leaders lead.
Thanks, Cap.
And being a leader doesn't always mean making the... doing a video for each and every character really made me realize just how much I skipped over in the Captain America video. Just how many great moments he had that I simply didn't cover. And so, to be wholeheartedly honest with you all, I kind of tried my best to sprinkle them throughout the rest of the EMH videos, even if they weren't the most relevant to said video, simply because I felt bad for gypping Captain America so much, and I didn't really want to ruin the pacing of the video during the supercut either, with too many of these breaks. Popular choice or the easy choice. and Tony has to deal with this in his own unique way, but he has to deal with it. For example, when Hawkeye was having his vendetta against Hydra and wanted to desperately find the Black Widow and stick his nose where S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't think it belonged, Tony had to be the one to step in on the Avengers side and unfortunately agree with Nick Fury in that they have way too much on their own plate already, and they can't afford to overextend and not only fight Hydra, but once again catch the ire of S.H.I.E.L.D. And Hawkeye hated this, and Hawkeye was extremely angry at Tony for this decision, but Tony, being the leader, has to step up and make this decision. And later in the episode, when Tony finds out that his decision, his direct order, has been disobeyed, he's the one who's going to have to deal with the fallout of this decision. But ultimately, he still decides to help them, because that's what a good leader does. He's down to ride for his team, regardless of whether or not they made the choice that he wanted or not. Now, I know this episode is a little bit out of order from the way I usually cover my topics, which is almost completely in release order of every episode, but I think it's important to put this one here as it really does highlight again Tony's leadership. And once again, it's going to be dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and Hawkeye's once renewed want to fight Hydra, as Black Widow has come out and essentially said that Hydra is building a super weapon capable of changing the entire world, and that they need to stop Hydra because S.H.I.E.L.D. will not believe her, as she is considered a double agent and a traitor currently. Iron Man not only decides to make the tough decision to trust her and trust Hawkeye's intuition, but at this point he's going against a S.H.I.E.L.D. in which it has no Nick Fury. It has no safety net for the Avengers, so he is catching the ire of Maria Hill, who is so dead set on destroying the Avengers as an organization and either getting them to register with S.H.I.E.L.D. or to just straight up eliminate them and put them all in prison cells. And Iron Man has to stand on business in this occasion. He basically tells Maria Hill, look, either A, you're going to help us or you're going to get out of our way. Even though Iron Man seeks to not have conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D. and actively asks the Avengers to not fight them, he's also not going to stand idly by and let Hydra do whatever they want when he knows his team is more than capable of saving the day. And I find that this better communication that Iron Man has as a team leader really does stem from the episode A Wonderful World, where he fumbled so terribly hard that he ended up creating an entire supervillain that wants to hurt the world rather than creating what he believed would have been better, which is Simon Williams' company continuing to thrive. I think that was Tony's wake-up call to take this leadership thing seriously and to be ready to do something better, even if it means being at odds with S.H.I.E.L.D.
Saved your helicarrier and probably the world, even after you shot at me.
Nothing's changed, Stark. I'm not giving the Avengers a pass. I'm not Nick Fury. I'm going to the President and Congress. I want the Avengers registered and working for S.H.I.E.L.D., and I'm gonna make it happen.
But even as prepared as a leader Tony was by this point, he was not ready to face his next challenge, which would be learning that he's not really a man of tomorrow, he's a man of today. Tony Stark might like to think that he is predicting the future and that he is creating it, but the future is exponential and it grows in ways that we cannot predict nor understand. No matter how advanced our AI programs are or whatever is going to happen, we're never going to be able to fully and accurately predict and or create the future. But we sure can try, and I think that's what Tony wants to do. But in the efforts of arguing with Captain America about that, he learns a harsh lesson from the past, being in the form of a boxing match with Captain America, as Steve is trying to teach Tony that he cannot simply rely on his technology to get him through everything, and that eventually his technology will be considered old and outdated, and that he's going to need to rely on something more than just what he's been able to build. And even though Steve goes about it in, I think, the wrong way, he's at least trying to teach Iron Man this lesson, even if Iron Man really isn't grasping it at this exact moment.
You're still used to the old ways of doing things.
They say those who forget history are doomed to repeat it.
And while the two of them are still having this debate,
Kang the Conqueror shows up. Now, Kang the Conqueror is quite literally only there because Captain America spells the doom of the modern civilization, circa about 100-something years in the future. Now, granted, if you want to hear more about that, I have an entire video on Captain America which covers this topic more in depth of why Kang's there. But this is a really important villain for Iron Man, as for the first time in the entire show, and probably Iron Man's life, he has met somebody more technologically advanced than him, able to do things that Iron Man could only dream of, able to take down the Avengers in absolutely nothing. Kang doesn't even have to think much in order to take down the Avengers, nor does he have to think much in order to take them only 10 years into their own future. And to Iron Man, this is shocking. When he lands in this future, all technology he knows and is used to relying on every single day is completely gone. He has no satellites to connect to. His Jarvis is barely up and running, and Kang's technology is so advanced it leaves him in awe and starstruck. It gets to the point that Captain America is straight up willing to offer himself as a sacrificial lamb if it means protecting the Earth. But obviously, Iron Man does not have any sort of want to do this, because I think he really did take Captain America's lesson to heart earlier, because while all the rest of the Avengers are busy distracting Kang, trying to give Iron Man some time to do his thing, Iron Man does exactly what Captain America told him to do: to use the past to help find the answers to the future, and in one case, punish Kang for forgetting the past, as part of Kang's technology is built off a really old Stark system that Tony happens to have access to at this very moment, which allows Tony to take over his chair and to gain the technological advantage even temporarily against Kang. But Kang isn't going to go out like this, especially not on his first appearance. He is going to come back with a vengeance and wanting to one-up Tony Stark, to remind him that he is a man of the past to him, not a man of today, not tomorrow, but the distant past. And Kang does this by quite literally invading Earth with some of the greatest weaponry we've ever seen. Military has no effect on it. Tony Stark's technology barely has any effect on these machines. And really the most effective Avengers are like Hulk, because he is so strong. And while all this chaos is going on and Tony is trying to figure out a way to defeat Kang, he fails sort of as a leader, as he completely forgets that T'Challa's entire country is being invaded. All he can do is sit back and watch from New York, and when T'Challa expresses wanting to go there, Iron Man at first is angry, but he's not actually angry with T'Challa and decides that T'Challa should go. He's angry at himself because he cannot figure out where Kang is so that he can destroy Kang, because he's so rooted into thinking that Kang would be on Earth, because there is no spacefaring travel in Iron Man's mind. There is no gigantic ship that sits outside of orbit in Iron Man's mind. He's so rooted in present technology, he forgets about the past. Oh, and the Avengers activate Ultron as a failsafe to help have an army against Kang. That might be useful later, but it's in Tony's development and his want to figure out where Kang is that he has to step outside of his own technological bubble in order to find him. And I think that's when Tony sort of starts to get that maybe being a man of the past isn't as bad as it seems, because he does find Kang. And at the first chance Iron Man gets, he builds suits for the Avengers to get them ready for space travel. Iron Man wants to take the fight to Kang immediately, using the Ultrons, which are their most advanced pieces of technology at the time, as Tony is ready to destroy not only Kang's ship, but his military capabilities. Oh, and while Iron Man is trying to access the time stream that Kang uses to travel between time periods, there's a really fun scene with him and Jan that I'll go into more detail when the Wasp video comes out. And yes, to the one dude always commenting about the Wasp video, it is coming out. Now, when Iron Man does confront Kang, he has figured out a way to completely neutralize Kang's technology. He has essentially one-upped the dude at being a man of the future, and the man of the past in this situation has one-upped him once again using Ultron, who, for the record, Iron Man was quite willing to just outright destroy not only Kang's timeline by sending him so far back in the future, but inadvertently kill his wife, which is basically the whole reason Kang is there. Now, Iron Man doesn't know this at this point, but the moment he figures out, we see a level of empathy from him that makes sense. He wants to pull back and he no longer wants to destroy Kang's timeline, even if Kang still wants to fight him. And again, I think this is a step up in Iron Man's character in the way in which he's wanting to do better, even if that means putting this guy behind bars instead of sending him back to his original time stream, even if Kang would leave him with ominous messaging to finish out the episode.
But to someone like Kang, I'm living in the past, just like you.
The past isn't so bad, but the future, that's what we're fighting for.
You've destroyed everything.
Is that so?
Oh yes, I know. Because I've seen what Captain America's actions have wrought. His betrayal is just the beginning. The worst is yet to come.
But Iron Man's squabbles with things he just quite doesn't understand doesn't just end at Kang, it also begins with Thor. For reference, it is a hot summer's day in New York. I just figure, editor's note here, once again, I want to make this very clear, I left that clip of Wasp in on purpose. That was purposeful. I wanted to see, how many of you guys would rewind to watch that clip, and I wanted to check my retention, because guess what? I can see where the video peaks when you guys are watching these clips. I've got a picture of the retention curve up right now, and where you see that little peak, okay, where it goes up, is this clip. So just so you know, I caught y'all, but I also left it in as a little bit of fan service too, so, gauge the interest for the Wasp video. And the rest of the Avengers are out enjoying the day. Meanwhile, Iron Man, T'Challa, and Thor are all underground fighting Radioactive Man. Now, Iron Man and Thor disagree about how to deal with him. Thor wants to use water in order to neutralize the Radioactive Man, whereas Iron Man wants to bury him underground. And while both ways of solving the problem have their own merit, they also have their own issues. Thor ends up doing his and ignoring Iron Man's suggestion, which causes a contaminated water situation, but Thor argues that putting a man who's quite literally made of all radioactive material underground would do the Earth more harm than good in the future. But their argument is soon cut short by the fact that a sweeping, never-ending winter not only sweeps New York, but the entire world. And while Tony, Thor, and T'Challa try to figure it out, Tony and Thor once again get into a spat about what really causes more issues, whether it's science or mysticism, as the two are too thick-headed in order to find any sort of agreement.
You always complain about technology and science creating monsters, and now some magic box from Imagination Land has frozen the planet.
Do you really wish to take this path? How many times have we faced danger created in a lab?
I don't know, but I remember your little blonde enchantress taking down the whole team twice. And who was the guy with the axe, another Asgardian? Oh, right, I remember now.
And while the two bicker, shout out to my man T'Challa, he actually figures out what's going on, because he blends both science and mysticism. Now, when Iron Man, Thor, and T'Challa do end up getting to find the source of this never-ending winter, they find that it is Malakath, a half-dead, half-alive dark elf who wants to bring his people back to fruition all around the globe, and whose only weakness is iron. Great, there's Iron Man there, but not really, because dude's suit really isn't made of any iron. So what it ends up taking is Iron Man weakening Malakath as much as he can, while having Thor use the rest of his powers in order to save the day. What ended up being needed was a blend of both mysticism and technology, just like T'Challa used to figure out where the origin of this never-ending winter was. And they're able to save the day, as Tony has to learn another valuable lesson, and that simply is his limited view of science and technology only needs to be broadened. Well, previously with Kang, his scope was broadened from trying to create the future and ignoring the past into being technology of both the past and the future. This episode serves to open Tony's mind to blending technology with the mysticism that he sees from his allies such as Thor. And this is important for later, because right now, Tony has to deal with a problem of his own creation, and that being technology. So remember how I was talking about Ultron earlier and how they activated his combat mode in order to help deal with Kang the Conqueror? Well, eventually that would come back not only to bite him, but the rest of the Avengers. At the beginning of the episode, Hank is extremely reluctant to even want to be a part of the Avengers anymore, simply because he feels that they have gone too violent, and part of him feels like he is guilty for allowing Ultron to be violent as well. And Tony seemingly just is okay with Hank leaving and abandoning the Avengers, simply not believing there to be a reason to hold Hank around, and instead wants to focus on helping Thor find a way to get back to Asgard as he is currently locked out. But while all of this is going on, Tony is basically completely oblivious to the fact that Ultron has not only taken out Hank, but has destroyed almost all technology in the mansion by taking it over for itself. And that includes Tony's armor. The one thing that he has at his disposal at all times, the technology that he needs, is now being controlled by another device, that being Ultron. Another being has taken control of his armor and is using it to try and fight Thor with, despite Tony's constant protests that he does not want to fight Thor, actually, as the two have to come up with a plan to short-circuit his suit in order to get it usable again. But this was all part of Ultron's plan, not only to distract Tony, but to strip him of the technology that he values the most in order to make him vulnerable, as he believes that Tony has not done anything to expand his technological and scientific reach outside of his armors. And eventually, when Tony has to go find Hank Pym, as the two of them both created Ultron together, by that time Thor has been presumably killed by Ultron. And this weighs heavily not only on Hank Pym, but on Tony. In the Ant-Man video, I talked about how heavily this weighed on Hank, but I never really spoke about how much it affected Tony. Throughout this show, we have seen Tony not only grow as a leader, but grow in his own personal life, and that was through various means, such as accepting the fact that the past and the present must be blended in order to help shape the future, or the fact that there is more to life and more to the world than simply science, and that mysticism is not your only enemy. But this all comes back to not help Tony almost at all when it comes to dealing with Ultron. He looks to the past for armor, and that was practically useless in the fight against Ultron. He looked to mysticism with Thor to help him, and in the process ended up getting one of his best friends killed by a technology that he created. And even when they are able to defeat Ultron, Tony feels this guilt and this heavy weight on himself, that Tony knows it's not completely his fault, but it's hard for him to feel that. Tony feels that if he had never wanted to use Ultron as a military project and had never tried to attach weapons to Ultron in the first place, this all could have been preventable, even if there were certain flaws with the way in which he did it. And even though him and Hank are trying to figure out different ways of why this went wrong, there is something more pressing that's going on.
This isn't Ultron 5.
What?
This body, it's not the original one. The programming has been uploaded into it according to this data stream.
As it turns out, Tony's past not only comes back to bite him for another time in this series, it comes back to bite hard, as Ultron has uploaded his consciousness not only into a brand new body for himself, but into every single Iron Man armor that is at Stark Industries. That is all in an effort for Ultron to distract the Avengers while he tries to hostile take over the entire world by essentially going to S.H.I.E.L.D. and activating their nuclear program. And even when Tony and the rest of the Avengers are able to defeat his armors and get back to Ultron, who is on the helicarrier, Tony's technology fails him once again.
His current technology is completely useless by Ultron. His future technology in Ultron is absolutely destroying the Avengers, even when Thor does come back from the supposed dead, and his past technology is completely destroyed. And all of this while Tony is trying to stop nuclear strikes from completely destroying the world. Now, Hank Pym eventually does find a way to stop Ultron, and Iron Man does find a way to stop the nuclear countdowns. It's kind of too late. The damage has already been done, at least to the Avengers core members, with Hank basically wanting nothing to do with the Avengers, believing Ultron to be his fault, and Iron Man trying to basically understand that he messed up as well, and everything he's done has only led to a potential darker future that Thor talks about. But there is slight hope, and that's the fact that Iron Man is finally stepping into his own as a true leader. And this finally starts with the last arc for him in this show, which is finding a way to get Thor back to Asgard. Iron Man, through not only his understanding of current technology, past technology, but also his understanding of mysticism, is able to successfully create a plan to get Thor back to his homeworld. It just unfortunately isn't perfect because Amora the Enchantress and Loki have other ideas and send villains to every location in order to get the Avengers off track and to get them to destroy the Norn Stones. Which each Avenger does, mind you, as they believe it's the best course of action at the time, but unfortunately that's exactly what Loki wanted. Loki's entire plan was to get the Avengers to destroy the Norn Stones in order to help further his plot to take over Asgard. Go figure, that's what this entire show has been building up to. And this leads to Tony being stranded, powerless, without any sort of technology of his own, in a place that is completely unfamiliar, that being Asgard, as he is surrounded by a bunch of dwarves that he does not know. And well, Tony does agree to go with them in hopes that he is able to hopefully be able to do something in order to help the Avengers. A brute who was hired by Loki is standing in the way of Iron Man and the dwarves getting to the Great Forge that they need to. And when Iron Man essentially watches this brute destroy two of the dwarves, he still tries to fight him. Knowing that he has very limited power, Tony still decides to pick a fight with him, simply because it is the right thing to do, and it is what needs to be done. And even when Tony's only weapon, which was his one repulsor on his right hand, is damaged, he has to make a self-sacrificial act in order to save the day, and that would be to de-lid his arc reactor and dump whatever remained of his power into destroying this brute in order to save the day. Tony was willing to use what little of his technology had left in order to save the day. Tony Stark in this show is very interesting. His character isn't necessarily stagnant, but you don't see great leaps and bounds like you do with, say, Hulk, for example. You see small incremental increases throughout the entire show, until you get to the end of the first season, where Tony's arc feels satisfying and complete. It's kind of strange because it's not done the way the rest of the Avengers are, where you see spurts of huge growth. Tony's is extremely slow and very well paced, in my opinion. And for all of Tony's efforts, we finally get to see the culmination of everything we've been building to for his character. While the rest of the Avengers are getting their butts handed to them by Loki, Tony is building an armor that is comprised of not only techniques of the future, the past, the present, but also a level of mysticism that he now is able to look at and agree with. And when Tony shows up, he is in a suit of armor that is, well, not able to rival Loki with Odin's son's powers, but is able to at least contend with it long enough and be a long enough distraction that Ant-Man is able to damage the tree that holds all of the power and restore it to Odin.
And with Loki being defeated by the hands of Odin, being distracted long enough by the Avengers, that's it for Tony's character arc in this first season. It's not this huge, expansive thing like I explained earlier. It is little incremental increases that we see from the start of the show all the way to the end of the show, in which we get, I would assume, to be a satisfying end for his character. Now, this show by absolutely no means reinvented the wheel on Tony Stark or Iron Man, or rejuvenated the character the way Robert Downey Jr. did, but instead it sought to build on what RDJ had laid as a foundation for Iron Man at the time. The showrunners essentially wanted to build on top of it and tell a more Avengers-centric story, and at the expense of making all of the other characters' character arcs so grand and great, he's one of the characters that sort of suffers from stagnation for bits and pieces of the show. And honestly, I think that's okay. There wasn't a whole lot you needed to do with his character to make him so much better than he already was, because I think he was pretty well done as a character in this show. And I think his little incremental increases were done well also. I personally really like this version of Iron Man, but I wouldn't say he's my favorite, for example, right? But I definitely still think it's better than his 1960s show or even his 90s show, which I am partial to personally because it was one of my first Iron Man shows I'd ever watched. Now, I just want to take a moment to thank you all once again for watching. This video is nearly clocking in at 40 minutes, or maybe when I'm done with this has clocked in at 40 minutes, and to me that's kind of ridiculous that I had so much to say about a character that I felt kind of stagnated with his growth. Okay, so lots of little editor's notes, specifically with this episode, breaking it apart, and just going into detail about some of my more favorite things and like jokes I did with this video. I don't really have a lot to say personally on the back end, other than that I was really sick of Iron Man content, and you guys, some of you have seen the Iron Man Armored Adventures video that just came out. That's like an hour long. That video was actually supposed to come out like a week after this Iron Man video originally dropped back in like early June. But I was so sick of just Iron Man media because I went back and watched the first Iron Man movie, was scrubbing through forums for that thing, and then I came back and I did basically another episode on this EMH's Iron Man, and I was just like, I was Iron Man'd out, man. So that's just an interesting little tidbit on my creative process end there, which is what I wanted this supercut to kind of include. Anyways, next video is of course Thor, so strap in. Inception has always been a character rooted in godlike arrogance. He has always been the biggest, baddest, meanest person on the planet. He has always been immortal, all-powerful, and the son of Odin, one of the most powerful gods in the entire pantheon of the Marvel Universe. So of course Thor would view himself as far above mortals. And I think the one thing this show does great, Earth's Mightiest Heroes, is that Thor is above all of these people. He believes he is above all of the mortals, but at the same time, they do a really good job of deconstructing this and showing us that Thor really isn't all too different from all of us. And to do this, the show starts us at Thor's highest point, much like the first Thor movie that the MCU dropped. We are shown that Thor believes himself to be far superior than the human race, than mortals, and he seeks to use that superiority to protect us. Thor believes that there are threats coming to Earth, i.e. metahumans, mutants, and things of that nature, that he simply doesn't believe humans can control and or take on their own with their meager police forces and emergency services. And so Thor takes it upon himself to protect the world. You see, at the start of EMH, there is no Avengers. We don't know if the X-Men are in this universe, at least not in this real first season. We aren't shown that. And so there is no superhero team. There are no big superheroes out around the time at the start of this show. So Thor really takes it upon himself to protect Midgard and protect the people of Earth, even if he does so in a fairly condescending manner. At least until he meets Jane Foster, who starts to open his eyes to the idea
that even though humans are physically fragile, it's their spirit that gets them to be able to do all of these amazing things, and I think that surprises Thor.
Thank you.
You have no powers, no armor, no weapons, and yet I saw you risk your life to help the wounded. Why?
Because they needed my help, so I helped them.
But while Thor is off playing hero with the mortals and trying to understand him, he is neglecting his homeworld, which is Asgard, the place that he is supposed to protect. Thor is supposed to be the protector of Asgard, especially with Odin nearing his once yearly slumber, in which he leaves Asgard completely undefended because he must sleep to preserve his powers. And of course, typically as Odin nears his sleep or gets to going to sleep, the enemies of Asgard tend to attack in full force. And while Thor is off in the mortal realm being a hero, trying to understand them and get why they do the things they do, and wants to take them under his wing almost, he is being called home constantly to deal with conflicts that he has. But for Thor, not only does he find that the enemies he has to face this time around are the Frost Giants, someone he is far more used to having to fight as they are predominantly enemies for Thor and the Asgardians, he also has to fight his own brother. Thor's brother Loki has been in constant sort of conflict between Thor and Odin, but in a more subtle and subdued way, to which they are more arguing as siblings and family rather than full-blown attacks. This is the first time that Loki actually attempts a coup of Asgard. He believes that he can rule the place better, and rule it better than Odin. Now, Loki, in my opinion, does bring up a couple of points against Odin that make a lot of sense. Odin, as a father, is very controlling. He believes that everything should be done his way, and that everything he does is correct. He will willingly spy on you, he will figure out what you are doing, and if he disapproves of it, he'll make sure that is very known, even if the thing you're doing is good, as in Thor's case. But do not get me wrong, Loki is not a good substitute for Odin, because despite all of Odin's flaws, Loki is by far going to be worse, and so he receives a punishment. But unfortunately for Thor, Odin basically wants him to stop going to Midgard and stop going to Earth because he's about to enter his Odin sleep, and Odin needs Thor home to protect Asgard, to take care of his #1 duty, and sees Midgard as a secondary thing.
You need to be here. Asgard is your responsibility, not Midgard.
The mortals need me, Father. I return to Midgard again and again because their world is spawning dangers that mankind has never seen before.
Thor gives a very impassioned speech about why he believes he needs to go to Midgard to protect them. He essentially thinks them too weak to protect themselves and believes that he needs to play hero in his own right. Now, part of this, in my opinion, I believe this is Thor's god complex. Obviously, he is a god, but he believes that he could do such a better job protecting them that he has to be there to do it, whether they want him there or not, and he's much willing to disparage his duties in Asgard to do so. Even when his friends come to visit him, Thor justifies his staying in Midgard because he believes he can make a genuine difference here. He doesn't feel like he makes a difference in Asgard because the war there is eternal. There is no stopping. The fighting goes forever. But here in Midgard, he believes that he can stop it all by himself, even if that's not true.
Here, I can make a difference. In Asgard, the endless cycle of fighting, it is meaningless. On Earth, everything matters. I am needed here, Balder.
Now, what Thor fails to share with everybody is that part of the reason he stays in Midgard is because he is in love with Jane Foster. He sees her brave nobility, he sees the fact that she is willing to put her life at risk despite not being immortal, despite not having godlike powers, and he decides to choose to latch himself onto her. He finds the beauty not only in her physical appearance, but the way in which she acts and the sacrifices she is willing to make. And so when Thor is on Earth and he's not saving the day, he spends a lot of time with her, trying to understand the best of humanity, as that's what he believes she is, especially when most other mortals he's met have been bad guys. But Thor's kind of date, kind of not date ends up being interrupted, as there is once again a threat that most mere mortals couldn't handle, at least in Thor's mind, and that would be Graviton. He is attacking the city as a result of multiple breakouts from all of the prisons around the world, the maximum security prisons like the Vault, like the Cube, and things of that nature. They have all been broken out, and Thor now has to deal with these problems and these villains, especially Graviton, who poses an extreme threat not only to him, but to the world. It's kind of funny, despite Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne already being there, Thor is really the first person who rushes into the fray against Graviton. He wants to protect the Earth so badly that he is willing to throw himself at just about any problem, because he does believe he is so much superior to that problem. He believes he can handle it without issue and by himself, and so he stands alone when he does do these attacks. It's part of his god complex. And yet, Thor is practically ineffective against Graviton, at least by himself. And what I find very interesting is that Thor was extremely receptive to getting teamwork and to getting help from other heroes around New York that he simply just didn't know of at the time. And I find that very interesting about his character, is that he was so willing to accept this help. And I think Thor himself was just so relieved to have other people that wanted to do good in the world, especially in the science-based aspects, as a majority of the foes Thor has fought have all been because of science. Over the 3 episodes Thor has been in this show, just about every foe he's fought has been science-based. So I think it was important for him as a character to see that science doesn't just bring pure destruction and can be used for good. Thor is willing to put aside his god complex a lot, actually, if it meant helping others. See, when I say Thor has a god complex, I'm not saying in the way in which he thinks he's so far above everybody else that they're peons and that he should rule them. He thinks he is so far above everyone else that he wants to protect them. At the end of the day, he's doing all of this out of the goodness of his heart. He is coming from the right place, even if he's going about it in sometimes the wrong manner. But regardless of that, Thor is excited to have new friends that want to save the world with him, even if he's not the biggest fan of everybody he's working with. Thor and Hulk are at very different ends of the spectrums from each other. While the two of them are definitely both headstrong, Thor himself is typically more calm and cheery and more team-oriented, where Hulk is far more of a loner. Hulk does not want to basically be a part of a team, even though he kind of does, and he also doesn't, right? So Hulk is finding himself almost on the outs with the Avengers, even when he is a part of the team officially for the first time. And Thor doesn't really like Hulk's attitude very much, especially when it comes to their brand new base. Thor finds Hulk's attitude very insulting and does not like the way in which he speaks to the rest of his comrades, and doesn't really take the time to even ask why Hulk may be feeling the way he does at all. The two of them essentially lack basic communication skills. But considering who Thor's father is, I'm really not surprised Thor lacks common communication habits that other people may have. Now, the Avengers do sort of try to quell the rages between Hulk and Thor, as the two of them are often butting heads in this episode, but that doesn't really prevail very well because there's somebody else pulling the strings behind the scene. But another thing that I find interesting is when Thor does realize that maybe him and the Hulk were in the wrong and they're on two opposite ends of the spectrum, he does try to extend that olive branch out to Hulk. He says, hey, let's go patrol. The computer system says there is an intruder inside the house. I think we should work together on this. And I think that's a really great moment for Thor.
If you wish to test your mettle against an Asgardian, I am happy to oblige.
But unfortunately, Hulk responded to Thor with aggression, and so Thor responded with aggression back. But Hulk does try to walk away from the whole situation and simply asks to be left alone. but Thor can't leave Hulk alone, as Pepper Potts does try to warn him that Hulk being left in this state is liable to destroy the city, which is kind of interesting that they continue to preface that, oh, Hulk isn't a bad monster who could destroy everything, and yet they continue to treat him like he is. More on that in my actual Hulk video. Regardless, Thor doesn't really go about trying to handle this situation well, and ends up provoking Hulk into a full-blown attack, as the two of them end up fighting each other for real this time. And Thor almost seems to be happy about this, like he is finally ready to get his ones in with Hulk. And by ones, I mean the entire Avengers is going to jump him because the two of them are causing havoc in Manhattan. Now, I spent such a large chunk of this portion talking about the conflict between Thor and Hulk because it's important. Amora the Enchantress has been essentially looking for a way to split the Avengers up before they are even formed, simply to keep her own agendas working smoothly. And to do so, she saw the little crack between Thor and Hulk and decided to shove a giant-sized wedge inside of it and try to split that log completely in half. And she very well admits this to Thor. Now, of course, Thor is starting to realize that a lot of the problems that he was having with Hulk happened to be manufactured. While I do believe there was still issues the two of them had with each other, and that is being very real, Thor does realize that he was definitely in the wrong as much as Hulk was, because the two of them were being egged on and manipulated by Amora the Enchantress, which is pretty terrible, but I think this was a good learning experience for Thor. It starts to show him that even though he is this godlike being, he's not really above human emotions, or mortal emotions, sorry, just like the rest of them are. He's not as far above that, and so he does try, once again for the third time, to extend that olive branch and apologize.
You have won the day, friend Hulk. Truly, thou art a warrior to be reckoned with, for few can resist the Enchantress's charms.
Nothing's changed. You all thought I was a savage monster. You were gonna take me down. You're no different than Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D.
But the damage was already done, and Hulk was ready to no longer be with the team, and that's understandable. And Thor understands this as well, but it is good to keep in mind for future, as it will become important later. But as for right now, Thor has other problems to deal with, and that is his hatred of science. Now, this isn't really an arc for Thor, but more of a pre-setup for an arc for Thor, if you get what I'm saying. Essentially, for a majority of this show, we have known that Thor does not like technology, specifically mortal technology. He doesn't like the tech, he does not like the science, he likes none of it because he sees it as only problematic. He sees that a majority of the issues that mortals are facing nowadays is a result of science. For every Stark Industries, Thor sees a Hydra, a AIM Robotics. He sees all of these bad companies. He even sees people like S.H.I.E.L.D. who operate definitely in that gray area. So Thor doesn't view technology as this great wonderful thing. He sees it as something terrible and something that often gets mortals into trouble, as technology did spawn majority of the villains we see. It's the science that gets them. For example, there is an entire 2-part special in this show called Gamma World, which is the result of science going rogue. Not necessarily from the good guys, more so from the leader who is orchestrating trying to turn everybody into gamma irradiated monsters to fuel his better world. But in the process of doing so, not only does the leader decide to unleash an entire torrent of gamma irradiated villains for the Avengers to fight, he ends up turning not only the Avengers, but a large proponent of Las Vegas into gamma irradiated monsters. Thor is the only Avenger who is immune to this, well, besides Hulk, but he's not there at the time. Thor is immune simply because he is Asgardian, but he has to watch as every single one of his friends and a large proponent of the entire city of Las Vegas is turned into these grotesque monsters, all at the hands of science. Something that he keeps being told is good for him, that science is a good thing, But Thor only seems to see the negative side effects of science. He does not see the benefits of it almost at all. Part of this does reinforce his notion that he can take on the entire world by himself, that he should be on Earth protecting them because they can't protect himself. Part of this does play into that, but not to the largest extent. Now, Thor is really trying to help save the planet when it comes to this worldwide event, once again saving them from science, but he can't do it alone, and that's where Hulk and Hawkeye come in. And this is where that olive branch from earlier becomes more important. Thor is going to be the first Avenger to truly apologize to Hulk and to try and mend that relationship. To try and say to Hulk, I apologize for the way I was acting. I understand that you are a valuable component to this. And I think it's one of the few things Thor sees that science benefited the world by giving the world somebody like Hulk.
You are indeed a noble warrior, Hulk. One who has saved the Avengers and now helped save the world. I would trust you with my life. Will you trust us?
And while Thor does get Hulk to eventually not only come and stay, but also recruit Hawkeye, there are some things that are lurking in the background that may be far worse than just the pure science that Thor seems to be seeing as the only problem mortals are having. Thor will soon have to reconcile with the fact that tech isn't the only thing that's threatening mortals, but I think it's first important that put a little bit more focus on Jane Foster and Thor's relationship, as the two of them are integral to each other. At least Jane Foster is really integral to Thor's growth as a character throughout this show, as she is constantly seen not only there for him, but as his sort of voice of reason, especially when Thor is down on himself, down on technology, or down on humanity itself. She is always there to sort of bolster how Thor is feeling about all of this and be his rock, and I think that is very important for his character and shouldn't go unmentioned. But when Thor does come back from his little walk and talk with Jane Foster after being summoned to the Avengers Mansion, he finds that not only is it being overrun with their former villains that they fought over the last couple episodes, but that Thor is on their chopping block, and that part of the villains he has to fight include Amora the Enchantress, who he has already fought, and Scourge once again. These two Asgardians have brought together the abominations of technology and science Thor describes, all to fight him and destroy the Avengers. Now, this does leave Thor fairly confused as he's trying to figure out why a goddess like Amora would be working with the Masters of Evil, or why she would be aligning herself with them, as he does come to find out that she formed the team of these villains. She is the mastermind behind the Masterminds of Evil, even as Baron Zemo presents himself as the leader. But the more important reason I wanted to cover this episode specifically is because it does show that Thor's problems and the mortals' problems don't all just stem from science and tech. They do somewhat have roots in mysticism, much like Thor. Part of the problems come from the gods and goddesses, and actually part of the problem is Thor. Thor being on Earth is attracting not only Amora the Enchantress, but her bodyguard Scourge to attack the Earth, the Avengers, and the people that live there. He is part of the problem, even if he doesn't recognize that. But of course, like always in these shows, the Avengers do come together as a group and they prevail over the Masters of Evil, with Hawkeye and Black Panther both leading a coup along with Ant-Man in order to take out the Masters of Evil and help the other Avengers escape from their prisons. Now, this isn't really the most important to the analysis of the character, but it is one of my favorite Thor moments upcoming because it's just hilarious. He ends up saying that he won't fight one of his own and he won't fight an Asgardian, so instead he just gets Hulk to do it for him.
Thor, you would not harm me, would you?
Nay. But my friend might.
But while the Avengers may have won the day, there always seems to be something lurking on the horizon for them, especially when it comes to Amora the Enchantress. it almost seems like science may be the secondary antagonist in this show, where mysticism really does take point and center, especially when it comes to Thor's side of mysticism. But that's just my speculation, and, totally isn't rooted in any sort of facts in this show at all. But besides that, I think it's time we move on to the next huge arc, which is Thor's reconciliation with science and mysticism. You see, the Casket of Ancient Winters is something that is only mere legend to Asgardians, a casket that could wreak untold destruction upon the world in the way of eternal winter. But before that, Thor and Iron Man are having their typical spats, especially when it comes to the way in which they want to deal with villains, specifically Radioactive Man. Iron Man and Thor have two very different ways in which they think they should solve this. Thor thinks he should use water, as he believes it is not only safer for the city, but safer for the people he protects, where Iron Man wants to use the technology of his arc reactor, even though it could risk blowing up the entire city by overcharging Radioactive Man. And while they are initially going to go through with Iron Man's plan, Thor decides to upend it entirely and goes for the water plan instead because he believes it to be the safer option. And the two characters, of course, butt heads over this because Thor is still as hard-headed as ever and believes what he is doing is correct, and Iron Man's the exact same way when it comes to technology and not believing in mysticism like Thor does. Whereas Thor does believe that technology does work, he just doesn't believe that it works for the betterment of humanity, and he would rather see mysticism prevail. And of course, after Thor pulls his stunt without any sort of recommendation from anybody else, the two of them get in an argument.
And you would have poisoned Midgard itself by sending Radioactive Man into the ground. What are you? Your love of science makes you forget the very realm you are trying to protect.
You pay more heed to your machines than your heart, Tony Stark.
Thor once again criticizes Tony for believing that technology is the correct way, and that he essentially does too much thinking with his mind, not enough thinking with his heart. But this is quickly interrupted by the fact that there is an everlasting winter sweeping across what is supposed to be a sunny summer New York. The only Avengers available to really deal with this threat is the core group of T'Challa, Thor, and Iron Man. Iron Man being on the very far technology side, Thor being on the very far mystical side, and T'Challa being the level-headed balance that is needed between the two of them. He believes in blending both mysticism and science into one art form. And now Thor and Iron Man both argue about the source of this never-ending winter, with Tony not even believing the fact that Thor is Asgardian, nor that this is a part of being from an Asgardian or mystical technology, whereas Thor is basically saying, hey, that's not cool, and Iron Man then goes on to try and attack Thor and say that, hey, a lot of our issues are coming from your mysticism, not just my technology, and Thor argues back with him, at least until Black Panther does figure out where the source of this storm is coming from by blending both mysticism and technology into one art form. Now, when Thor, Iron Man, and Black Panther do arrive to where Malakath is holding the never-ending winter, they have to confront him and find a way to defeat what is an almost all-powerful dark elf that Thor simply could not beat on his own. But at the end of the day, what it ended up taking in order to defeat Malakath, as he is a dark elf, it took Iron Man's technology, his weakness to iron, combined with Thor's use of the mystical arts in order to defeat him, as Iron Man's suit didn't contain enough iron to simply defeat Malakath himself, and Thor didn't have enough raw power to defeat him either. The two of them had to work together, put their differences aside, and much like T'Challa, blend science with mysticism. And I think this finally comes full circle with Thor's whole hatred of science, as he sort of finally has a respect enough for it that he understands that it can be a good thing and not just a bad thing itself. And I think that is very important to his character arc throughout the show. It's his second biggest character arc throughout the show. Oh, and Iron Man and Thor make up, which is also fairly important.
Malekith without you.
Hey, no problem. My tech, it was nothing against him. I need it.
Together, we...
But unfortunately, not everything would end well, as Amora the Enchantress and Scourge would arrive in order to steal the Casket of Ancient Winters, and Thor's first reaction, of course, is to try and go to Asgard to stop them. But when he does finally open that portal, all of these months of avoiding Asgard, of pushing it to the side and instead focusing solely on Midgard, that argument with his father, has come back to bite him, as he is locked out of his own homeworld. And to Thor, that is nothing short of devastating. But before we can address that, there is one more pressing matter that needs to be talked about, and that is Thor's self-sacrifice and his temptation. So Iron Man and Thor are working together to try and figure out a way for Thor to go back to his homeworld. Again, really building off the fact that Thor and Iron Man have found a way to work through their technology and their mysticism and put it together, and I think that is a wonderful thing. But unfortunately, technology would come back to be the greater villain of this next mini arc. Because well in the middle of trying to figure out how to get Thor back to his homeland, the entire mansion is going haywire. And yet, of course, the mansion is unresponsive to anything Iron Man tries, and it gets so bad, as a matter of fact, Iron Man loses complete control of his suit and starts attacking Thor. Now, Thor is obviously very confused by this, as the two of them were just having a nice conversation with one another, and Iron Man is trying to explain to Thor what's going on and that he can't control his suit at all. Now, of course, Thor and Iron Man are both able to work through his suit's malfunction by Thor completely overcharging Iron Man's suit with electricity, as the two of them are trying to figure out what exactly is causing all of the things, not only in the mansion to go wrong, but with Iron Man to go wrong. And the two of them end up narrowing it down to Ultron, a robot that was made by both Tony Stark and Hank Pym and recently combat activated to be used against Kang the Conqueror. Now, unfortunately, this did lead to Ultron believing that the entire world would be better off if all heroes and all of humanity were destroyed, as it's the only way to protect them. Of course, Thor isn't going to stand for this, so he immediately rushes Ultron. And unfortunately, Thor is seemingly killed. He is incinerated by Ultron in front of the Avengers. Except Thor's not really dead. As a matter of fact, Amora the Enchantress saved his life. She teleported him to a world full of bliss for him to live in with her forever, free of conflict, free of war, free of pain, and free of everything that could possibly hurt Thor, as the two of them could live together in harmony forever.
I can't believe he's gone. That Thor is gone. Should we move his hammer? Hulk, maybe...
Can't move it. Can't even pick it up.
Why not?
Because I'm not Thor.
And will the Avengers have to try and come to terms with the fact that one of their founding and key members is potentially dead, at least in their eyes? Thor himself has found himself in a weird conundrum. He is in a place where not only is he happy and safe, well, happy relatively speaking, as Amora the Enchantress is keeping him happy there, but he is safe and being cared for and loved. Why can't it be me?
You say you're a good girl, I say you're a liar. I'm such a good girl, love a vampire.
Okay. That took way too long to make, all for an inconsequential bit. I had to go frame by frame to rotoscope the little image of my character over Thor's face. It wasn't worth it, but I hope y'all enjoyed the bit. I couldn't help myself.
Anyways, Thor is essentially being taken advantage of by Amora the Enchantress, as this is the life that she wants for him, not necessarily the life that Thor wants for himself. Thor, at his heart and in his core, is a protector. He wants to help people, and he wants to help the people of Midgard specifically. Giving up on not only Asgard, but Midgard as well, does not sit with Thor at all, and unfortunately, he gains the scorn of Amora the Enchantress, and pretty much forever severs whatever connection the two characters had, as Thor basically says he does not want her love whatsoever, and Amora does not take too kindly to this, but instead of forcing Thor to stay with her, she decides to send him out there, but basically wishes death upon him. And with that, Thor is returned to the mortal realm just in time to help save his friends and the entire world from Ultron. Thor does prove to be one of the most virtuous Avengers in this scenario, as he was able to fend off the temptation from Amora the Enchantress, something I totally would not have been able to do, but that's besides the point, as Thor is sort of ready to continue to be this grand hero. But even as the day is won by the Avengers and they are able to defeat Ultron, really thanks to the help of Hank Pym and Tony Stark, as Thor is getting beaten up pretty badly in this fight, just like most fights in this show, Thor really just sucks in this show. They made him fairly weak, and that kind of sucks, but that is beyond the point. He is kind of too OP for an Avengers show anyways, but whatever. Regardless, the day is saved, but unfortunately for the Avengers, there's always seemingly something looming on the horizon, ready to make everything, not say 10 times worse, but far worse, as Thor has a premonition for what is to come next, and it is far from good.
The Enchantress's fury was great, but she told me that sending me back to Midgard was a fate worse than death. I fear that as dangerous as Ultron was, something worse is coming.
And for now, it's finally time for Thor to find his way home, and that kicks off the very last arc of this first season. Iron Man has devised a way to get Thor home using the Norn stones to bend a fold in reality in order to transport Thor back to his home planet of Asgard without him being blocked out of it. And so the Avengers scour the world for the Norn stones in order to activate all of them to get Thor home. But unfortunately for Thor, they were already being scouted by Amora the Enchantress and Scourge, as they are needed for Amora's plot to take over the world, or at least what appears to be Amora the Enchantress's plot to take over the world. And this is going to end up being one of the last few fights in which we see Amora the Enchantress as a direct line to Thor. And while Amora the Enchantress was trying to enact her plot in order to help take over the world, Thor unfortunately has to bear witness to Baron Zemo's plot for ultimate power, as Baron Zemo attempts to completely take over and control Amora the Enchantress, all for his own gain in order to take over the world, because that is the only thing Baron Zemo seems to care about in totality. And this would really spark the downfall of not only Baron Zemo, but it would also start the downfall of Amora the Enchantress's boss, Loki. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, as first Thor has to figure out a way to escape, and when he does, he ends up telling all of the Avengers to destroy the Norn stones, and this ends up scattering them across the 9 realms, which lands Thor in Asgard. Thor made it home only to find that his brother Loki has not only taken the throne of Asgard, but taken the complete place of Odin, his own father. Now, Thor is, of course, not only bewildered by all of this, but is trying to wrap his mind around how any of this has happened in the time in which he has been gone, as it has only been a few months. But Loki is more than willing to explain this.
And all the 9 realms will bow down to me. Asgard, Vanaheim, Svartalheim, Alfheim, Nidavellir. I have conquered them all. Jotunheim and Niflheim are mine to command.
Only Midgard remains. And there's no...
While Thor and the Avengers might have wrecked Loki's plan to take control of Midgard, he's going to get it regardless, as that's how he feels. You see, almost everything in this entire show has been orchestrated by Loki. Whether it was from the Frost Giants' invasion of Asgard in order to give Thor a reason to throw Loki in a prison where he wouldn't be looked upon, along with using Amora the Enchantress to spy on not only Thor but the Avengers the entire course of the show, using her as an inside man essentially, but also in sparking the seeds that would further split both Thor and Odin from one another, basically keeping Thor far enough away from Asgard for long enough because him and his father were having a spat about Thor spending too much time in Midgard anyways, that Loki could worm his way into taking over Asgard while Thor was busy. And to ensure that Thor was busy throughout the entire course of these last few months, Loki caused a mass breakout that happened to alleviate almost 88 villains, causing Thor to spend a majority of his time distracted and permanently away from Asgard, and used Amora the Enchantress to sow even more chaos for the Avengers when they eventually formed in order to keep them off the trail of Loki. Everything was planned and orchestrated by Loki. To certain degrees, of course. I mean, Loki couldn't plan for Kang the Conqueror, nor could he plan for Ultron, but all of this did end up helping him in his cause regardless, so it wouldn't surprise me if he would try to take credit for it. But I think the starkest difference by this end point of the season in which we see Thor from the Thor that we saw at the very beginning of the show is that Thor puts complete and utter faith in the fact that the Avengers will not only save him, but stop Loki. Thor believes the mortals are so powerful by this point, and he believes in them so much that they could rival Loki, who is juiced up by the Odin Force, mind you. Thor went from thinking that the mortals were helpless and could do nothing to stop him, into believing that they were his only hope to saving all 9 realms and awaking Odin in order to keep everything running smoothly. And I think that is a really big progression, in my opinion, of Thor's character, and it sort of is culminating in his final arc to completion. Thor is finally ready to accept that the mortals are on just about the same level that he is, and that despite the fact that they are not gods, despite the fact that they are not immortal, it is their spirit and their will to do what they believe is right that will give them the strength in order to defeat Loki. All of this spearheaded by Captain America, of course, as the Avengers do show up and are ready to fight for Thor and to try and save him, even if they aren't really going to succeed as of right now. And as Thor is freed and spurred on by his friends, by the Avengers, he gets ready to try and help fight Loki and hopefully wake his father, who would truly be able to defeat the god of trickery. But Thor has one last test, and that is to receive his hammer back, having to push through all of his limits in order to be able to retrieve it, just so he can distract Loki long enough. And Thor manages to do this. I believe partly is because he is spurred on by the need to save not only all of the people of Midgard, but to help fight along his friends, of which he views as full equals by this point. And Thor and the Avengers do succeed in saving the day, as they get Odin to not only wake up, but return the Odin Force back where it belongs and get Loki captured. And Thor decides to give a really great speech by the end of this, recognizing the mortals for really saving Asgard, and not himself.
You have freed us. No, Father, I have not. I myself was freed by the Avengers.
Mere mortals?
These mortals just saved all the 9 realms. They deserve our respect. Avengers, I thank thee. Truly, I am honored to count myself among you.
And that allows Thor's character to come full circle from the beginning of the series to the end of the series. And I think it is really beautiful. I think it really just is a better version of Thor's first movie from the MCU. They capture Thor's not only arrogance but humility in an extremely well done way, and we start to slowly show throughout the course of the show how Thor not only comes to respect science and technology, but comes to respect mortals in such a way that he believes them to be equals and sometimes even above the gods that he works with. Alright, so I will not lie, the Thor video was my least favorite to make. As much as I might enjoy Thor, which I don't think he's a terrible character, he's just not one of my favorites, but I do think he's great for coverage for these types of videos. I just was really bored making this video, and also, here's something to note, I do all of my recordings in one sitting, simply because I don't want my voice to try and sound too different from recording to recording. That way, because I make a lot of cuts, especially I make a lot of mistakes when I'm doing these videos. So I don't want my voice sounding too different from, let's say, the first half to the second half, because I decided to get up and take a break halfway through recording. And that really came back to bite me with these last few really long videos, specifically the Iron Man one. I literally sat for 14 hours straight to do my recording session and final edits. That was fun. Regardless, yeah, that's all the thoughts I have on this video. It was my least favorite to make, but don't take that from me saying it was unenjoyable, because I enjoy almost every one of these videos I make. Now on to the Black Panther video. Thor has always been one of my favorite Marvel characters to date. It's one of the first comic books I picked up and read when I was younger, and I absolutely fell in love with it. T'Challa's ability and need for compassion, along with the fact that he is quite willing to do just about anything to get his goals done, often fascinated me as a kid, as it almost felt these two sides of him were often conflicting. But yet, T'Challa seemed to be able to harness both of these sides of himself to become the best hero that he could possibly be, not just for the Avengers, but for the people of Wakanda, to be the best king he could be. And Earth's Mightiest Heroes absolutely nails this idea, and I think they do it extremely well. And it all starts with his vengeance, his need for retributions for the wrongs that have been done to him. The first time we see T'Challa in this show, it is much like how we see him in many other forms of media. He is not yet king. He is, as a matter of fact, just a prince, the son of the Black Panther, the next in line as the heir to the throne, and he has to sit back and watch his father and try to understand how both his father deals with problems and how the people of Wakanda choose to deal with problems. And oftentimes, the Wakandan people choose to deal with things the way they have always dealt with things. When a king is challenged, he must fight for his right to continue to own the throne. When Wakanda is under threat, they must handle it themselves and not take outside help. We are shown Wakanda in its most traditional form. And it is immediately evident that T'Challa does not believe in this at all. You see his father, T'Chaka, is being challenged by Man-Ape. Now, King T'Chaka does try to alleviate the tension and try to assure his son that he will win once again, as this is clear it's not the first time something this nature has happened. But T'Challa isn't really thinking that this is a good idea, and even with his father in what looks like a winning scenario, he isn't exactly believing that this is going to end well. And unfortunately, T'Challa is correct. T'Challa has to watch as what was to him an invulnerable, larger-than-life character in his father, the king, the Black Panther, the protector of Wakanda. He is to sit back and watch as he is killed. And something interesting this show does is it really does show King T'Challa getting messed up pretty badly, especially considering this is a kid's show. It's very clearly stated that he's dead. And that's something that I think this show always handled fairly well. T'Challa is barred from doing anything to help his father, whom he has to watch get beaten to death in front of him because of some sort of arbitrary, tribalistic rule set that has been set in place. and T'Challa is angered by this. If you can imagine the grief and anguish that he feels, the anger that he feels when he sees that everyone around him just bows down to Man-Ape because of tradition. So T'Challa runs and decides to do the only thing that he knows best, which is to take back revenge, to dress as the Black Panther and to take the mantle from his father in order to get revenge on Man-Ape and avenge his father. But T'Challa knows that he cannot do it alone, and so he must look for allies, because he knows not only does Man-Ape have allies, he has the entirety of Wakanda backing him now. And so T'Challa, who has been keeping tabs on what is the newly formed Avengers, decides to break into their mansion, and all in an attempt to learn more about the Avengers to see if they would be worthy allies in the fight against Wakanda. And by allies, I more mean a generous distraction for T'Challa. So he quite literally breaks in and simply takes all of the information he can on the Avengers. And while he is doing this, Baron Zemo is in the middle of attacking the newest Avenger, that being Captain America. And while Baron Zemo is going to finish him off, King T'Challa decides that it would be better if he were to help Captain America and bolster how many people can help him in turn when he eventually asks for their support in saving Wakanda. But T'Challa does want to test the Avengers in another way before he simply just asks for their support, and so he decides to assault them and attack them, to which he pretty much handedly dispatches most of the Avengers, minus Thor, because Thor is not here, and I guarantee you if Thor was, he probably would have beaten Black Panther in this situation. Regardless, T'Challa dispatches of them quite handedly, and then just stops so he can ask for their help.
Don't even think about it.
Enough! What's your game, mister? You saved my life and attack us? And now you expect us to believe you're just going to surrender?
I am not surrendering, Captain. I have simply seen enough. I wanted to assess your abilities firsthand. I am T'Challa,
the Prince of Wakanda. But what are you doing here?
T'Challa, for all of his faults, is quite smart. He understands that Wakanda is too heavily fortified to just go at it by himself, and Man-Ape is too well protected. He comes looking for these allies in the Avengers, and is able to spin them a sob story, kind of. I believe a lot of what T'Challa is saying here is truthful, but he's only saying it so he can get them on his side. T'Challa doesn't really see the Avengers as a team he would be willing to join. He sees them as a more of a means to an end, and as a way for him to get back into Wakanda and get Man-Ape by himself. That, in my opinion, is part of his upbringing. He is constantly told by Wakanda that outsiders are terrible and that they simply seek to take Wakanda's technology and use it for their own means. Heck, Tony Stark even went out of his way to research how to use vibranium for destructive means. And so him only choosing to really want to work with them as a distraction makes sense for his character, as even though he does tend to buck traditions, as T'Challa isn't too big on them, especially considering one of the traditions took his father away from him, it is still a core part of him to simply not really want to accept and or seek out help, at least in the traditional sense, where they would actually be helping him in the fight against Man-Ape. So when the Avengers and T'Challa do end up on Wakandan soil and end up having their jet shot out of the sky, T'Challa basically tells them to stay back and keep the Wakandan armies distracted, and that he will handle the rest, and basically ditches the Avengers, or at least parts of the Avengers that are here. But while T'Challa did try to ditch the rest of the Avengers, Captain America followed him. Captain America followed T'Challa because he believes that he owes something to him. It's another subtle little way this show gets Captain America right that I left out of the Captain America video to save for the T'Challa video, simply because T'Challa can't accept this help from Captain America. This is his burden, his revenge to get, and he has to do it on his own. At least that is how T'Challa feels about it. That's how he was taught and raised to deal with it.
Man-Ape took my father, and I did nothing. I failed him. I know you can understand that, Captain. Please, let me do this.
And so T'Challa tries to do it on his own, the exact same way his father did, to follow tradition. And this tradition nearly gets T'Challa himself killed. By trying to do things all by himself, he is putting himself at far greater risk. He is going to be killed by his own people if it wasn't for the fact that Captain America came to help save T'Challa. T'Challa has to slowly realize that if he wants to get his revenge, he must give up parts and pieces of the old tradition that simply do not work. And one of those is to take help from outsiders when it is right. And T'Challa, in doing this, is able to overcome the pitfalls that his father fell into. Well, Manape did beat his father by using outside help, and by cheating, T'Challa is able himself to combat this by not only his sheer willpower, but by the fact that he has allies on his side this time that are willing to help him in saving Wakanda. And when T'Challa does defeat Manape, he must look at his people and say that I am king. And he also tries to instill in them that doing things the way they have always done it just simply isn't right. He points the finger to them and tells them that you let this man walk in and steal your kingdom from you. You let this man take what was most valuable from you, and to not only do that, but harm the culture that you have, to exploit your vibranium. And this is no more evident than when Claw quite literally becomes a vibranium demon and needs the help of, guess who? The Avengers, in order to stop this. T'Challa realized that outside help is what saved Wakanda, and he has to show this to his people.
And return to the old ways.
Rise, my friend. Outsiders may have threatened Wakanda, but outsiders saved us as well. The old ways allowed Manape to do this, and the old ways must change. My first order as king is to let the council lead Wakanda. A council of the people. We can no longer hide ourselves away, waiting for our enemies to come to us. What happens in Wakanda affects the world, so I will go out into the world. I will fight alongside our new allies.
In this realization, T'Challa decides to join the Avengers, who are of course a little bit miffed that he did quite literally use them, attack them, steal from them, abandon them, but then finally decides in the end to try and join them. But it was mostly spurred by his talks and relationships with Captain America and the synergy that was made there between not only those two, but what was slowly made for the rest of the Avengers. We see him talking with Hawkeye during the Masters of Evil episode, as he is just spending time with him at the Wakandan embassy, just trying to get to know his teammates. We get to see a lot of different sides of T'Challa as this show goes on, but as far as his character arc, it is kind of done after his first two mainline episodes, and he is more of a guiding figure for the rest of the Avengers throughout the rest of the show, and also one of the funniest characters in the show because of his style of humor. In my opinion, of course.
The juices of the heart-shaped herb enhance the senses of the kings of the Panther tribe. And in point of fact, it is applied to the skin, and a lethal poison to those who are not of the royal line.
Throughout this episode, though, the Masters of Evil, we see T'Challa build a strong relationship with Hawkeye, as one of the three Avengers that was not captured by the Masters of Evil, that it is up to them in order to save the rest of the Avengers. And so they make a pretty decent plan and are able to execute relatively well, mostly spearheaded by T'Challa's strategy, which, funnily enough, involved the two of them getting captured as a sort of distraction.
He is misguided. We were not trying to defeat your team, Baron. We were simply allowing Ant-Man uninterrupted access to his land.
Yeah, we picked him up from the Wakandan embassy.
All of this was spearheaded by T'Challa in order to rescue and save the rest of the Avengers, and it worked pretty well as a plan, allowing the Avengers to defeat the Masters of Evil in a grand clash. But this episode is more important for my coverage in setting up the fact that T'Challa is finding new allies and is taking enjoyment in spending time with the Avengers, often seen joking and bantering with them. But more than just that, T'Challa is shown as somebody who would be willing to ride for his teammates. For example, in the episode Widow's Sting, Hawkeye is quite literally trying to go after the woman who betrayed him, put him in prison, ruined his reputation, and was his closest partner. But both Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. are telling him to basically stow it, and that Hydra is not an important enough matter for the Avengers to take on, and it is too much red tape along with it. But the two Avengers that are willing to help him are Captain America and T'Challa. T'Challa firmly believes in letting somebody get their revenge just in the same way that he did previously, but he also believes in being there for his teammates, and of course Captain America feels the same way. T'Challa and Steve are two characters that are kind of on the same wavelength with one another in the way in which they operate, but of course they have stark differences where T'Challa is far more willing to do the dirty and nasty work and get his hands dirty. Captain America is more of somebody who wants to keep a cleaner, more pristine image. And now this show doesn't really get into much of that simply because it is a kid's show, but I think it does a good job of differentiating the two well enough. And when Iron Man does come asking why a Quinjet is missing and where Hawkeye is, both Black Panther and Captain America are willing to stand up for him, while also looking out for him by letting the rest of the Avengers know exactly where Hawkeye is and how he got captured. While they both have Hawkeye's best interest at heart, they're also not stupid and are not willing to let him get killed for this type of a mission. And yet T'Challa is also right there with Hawkeye, willing to take a grilling for him the second the mission is finished. In my opinion, that is the marks of a true teammate. I don't think T'Challa was ever necessarily meant to be a leader of the Avengers, but to be a grand teammate. This is because T'Challa's true want and leadership happens to land with Wakanda. He is their king, even if they do have a council of governors to run themselves. He still has to be there as their king and as their leader, as their number one protector, as the Black Panther. And this fact is quite clearly evident when Kang the Conqueror does come to take over the world, as T'Challa doesn't just have a responsibility to New York, he also has a responsibility to his entire continent. And considering the fact that Kang's army is even more advanced than what the technology the Wakandans have, he feels as though he needs to be there instead of fighting Kang in New York. And it's also worth pointing out that the only character who seems to recognize this is such a big deal for T'Challa is Captain America. Those two characters share a uniquely close bond in this show that I truly enjoyed. But we also see that T'Challa has formed connections with the rest of the Avengers cast, and in unique and different ways. For example, in the Malakath War episode, the never-ending casket of winters is going to be unleashed on the world, and the three characters we get for this episode are T'Challa, Iron Man, and Thor. Now, the reason T'Challa is in this episode is because if Iron Man and Thor, as I've described in both of their own videos, are at opposite ends of the spectrum, with one truly and firmly believing in science, that being Iron Man, and one truly believing in the mysticism, that being Thor, Black Panther is the bridge that connects the two characters, and he's shown to do this throughout the episode. Typically, when Thor and Iron Man are arguing with each other, T'Challa is the one who interjects and seems to find the balance between the two characters.
You should form your own team, the Crazy Magic People.
The casket is in Norway.
Come again?
You should try more chaos theory, less failure.
When this trio does eventually make their way to Norway in order to get the casket of ancient winters and to figure out what is going on, Black Panther is once again trying to stifle the arguments between Tony Stark and Thor as they encounter Malakath, who happens to be the Dark Elf in possession of the casket. And the fight is going horribly wrong, as Thor and Iron Man are trying to do their own thing far too much, trying to fight Malakath in one way or a separate way, and instead of fighting together, they are causing themselves more strife and exponentially making it more difficult for even Black Panther to do anything against Malakath. The two characters are in far too big of a conflict in ideologies in order for either of them to work together properly to defeat a foe who is going to require more than just mystical magic or simple science to defeat. And neither of those characters can realize this until T'Challa points it out to them directly.
In Wakanda, science and mysticism work together to accomplish things neither could do alone.
And this is T'Challa's role in majority of the episodes that he has a speaking role in or is featured in. He was the last Avenger to join the team, and subsequently has the least amount of content, unfortunately. But there are a few more moments that I want to highlight from the show that I simply enjoy. During the last 3 episodes of the show, we are finally shown T'Challa's more understanding and compassionate side, particularly for people he is fighting against. And that is mostly shown in the episode in which they are trying to find the Norn Stones and get Thor back to Asgard, while also preventing a plot from Loki to take over Midgard. And when T'Challa does go to get his Norn Stone, he is confronted by Wonder Man, who happens to be a former multi-billionaire, who owned a company that Tony Stark bought out, and in return, to get powers to get said company back, turned himself into a being of living energy who doesn't necessarily want to be a bad guy, but it's quite literally the only thing keeping him alive, as Baron Zemo is the only person promising him a way to stay alive. But T'Challa decides to attack this from a different angle. He doesn't really see much of a point in fighting him unless he has to. So while T'Challa does stay ready and ends up fighting Wonder Man, he does truly want to offer him a far better solution than simply just attacking him.
Do you truly believe that there will be a world left for you to live in if you help Zemo?
And that's pretty much the last thing I wanted to share about T'Challa for this first season anyways of Earth's Mightiest Heroes. What's interesting is he does get sent to his own unique world. When the Norn Stones are all broken and he is scattered amongst the realms, he is sent to his own unique realm, much like Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye, and everybody else were, except much like Hawkeye, his realm has almost nothing to do with his character. We spend a majority of that episode instead focused on Captain America and his dealings with grief, and a sort of nice character arc for him. But in this episode, all we are shown is, oh, Black Panther is extremely cool, but we're not given any substance for him in the last 3 episodes, except to showcase more of his intelligence. Such as when Black Panther was dealing with Loki's Odin Force powers and trying to get rid of them, they all end up at Odin's old tree, which happens to be the root of the power. Black Panther has wise words in order for them to avoid doing too much damage to it and or getting hurt themselves dealing with this issue.
What?
In mythology, the Tree of Life holds together all of reality, and as all of reality seems to be feeding into this tree, perhaps we should consider this.
And unfortunately, that's just kind of it for T'Challa's character in this entire show. It's extremely frustrating on my part, not just because I wanted to make this grand, awesome video revisiting what I believe to be the greatest version of Black Panther outside of the comics. It just falls completely short because they essentially finish his character arc within the first 2 appearances the character has, and then they give him nothing to work with for the rest of the show. And while that is understandable and okay, it's not like with Tony Stark, where I felt like they slowly built on him episode after episode. In this, they just stopped building on Black Panther's character after his initial one-off episode. Now, do I really enjoy the way in which he's characterized? Yes, I actually love Black Panther in his show, and he would be my number 1 favorite Black Panther if I was given more substance from this first season. Unfortunately, I really am not, and if I'm remembering correctly, we don't get a lot more substance from him in season 2 either. Now granted, I personally haven't seen season 2 in a long time, as I haven't watched it during this season 1 retrospective, mainly because I want to keep how much I'm bleeding in from character arcs from season 2 into the retrospectives of season 1 as minimal as possible. But regardless, this does just bring me back to my original question, and probably what the title of this video is, which is why is there so little Black Panther in this show when what they gave us was so amazing? So that's how my script ended about 4 or 5 days ago when I left it alone to do some digging as to why T'Challa is so absent within this first season of Earth's Mightiest Heroes. And to be honest with you, there really isn't much to say why we got so little of the character. I simply just believe at the end of the day, it came down to constraints. You are on a show which is dealing with multiple larger-than-life Avengers characters, and unfortunately, at some point something has to give, and I think T'Challa was the character that had to give when it came to story arcs. As I've already done videos on Hulk, Captain America, Iron Man, Ant-Man, touched a little bit on Wasp, but she'll be getting her own video, thanks to all of you who keep asking. Those characters and Thor, can't forget about him, all have their own distinct arcs that are very lengthy. They go throughout mostly the entire first season of the show doing different things. And then it's so starkly different with T'Challa, who simply gets one episode to himself and then a back half of the Ant-Man episode. Now, I know Wasp herself probably has about the same amount of content as T'Challa does when it comes to analyzation of a character, but she just felt so much more present throughout the show. It's like her character always had something to say during each dialogue exchange, whereas I have whole episodes in my head. I remember Black Panther being there, but he might have 1 or 2 voice lines the entire episode. I say all this to say that for me personally, it just sucks that my favorite Avenger, i.e. Black Panther, got so little screen time in what is the greatest Avengers show ever. And I say this simply because I know what they would have done had they decided to put more of a spotlight on his character, considering the amazing things they did with every other character in this show that is a mainline Avenger who gets their own arc. But if I'm gonna close this video by saying anything, it's that I thoroughly enjoy this character, and I think the greatest compliment any sort of character can get is that I simply just wish there were more of them. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this video.
Alright, so I didn't really personally have a lot to add about this video that I haven't said for other videos, but I did want to go about telling you guys how I figured out how to fix the left-right ear issue. As it turns out, this TV show is filmed in 5.1 film audio and not just basic stereo. Meaning, if you put it on stereo, it's going to have all of the dialogue on the right ear, all of the background music, everything else left ear. Now, turns out if you put it in 5.1 film audio, pretty much fixes all of the problems as it runs it through 5 separate audio channels instead of just 2. So left, right, center, left background, and right background. Just thought that might be interesting to share. And we're moving on to the final video in this big conglomerate, and that will be everybody's seemingly favorite and most wanted Avenger, Wasp.
Wasp in Earth's Mightiest Heroes is without a doubt the heart and soul of the team. She demonstrates this throughout the show almost every single episode, and it helps the fact that Wasp is quite literally in every episode of this show, save for 1 or 2 episodes during this first season. And I think that's part of the reason why she ended up being a true fan favorite from this show. That and Janet Van Dyne doesn't have a lot of positive interpretations in media outside of the comics. But even though Wasp is the heart of the team, it does not make her immune from having some of the exact same issues we do as everyday people. But first, I want to start at the beginning, and I want to start with one of her most prominent traits throughout this show, that being her absolute passion for being a superhero. From the first moment we see Jan, we start to understand just who she is as a character. She is extremely upbeat, she is extremely full of energy, but this energy is quite infectious. She is like a type A personality, When she is up and happy and excited, it affects the other people on the team. When she is upset and angry, it will do the exact same thing, and we are shown this in her very first episode. We can also see that Jan very much values keeping people safe. Jan firmly believes that not just her, but Hank as well, should both use their powers for the greater good and for taking villains off the street, specifically ones that S.H.I.E.L.D. just can't keep up with. And that's something she tries to convince Hank of multiple times during this season, is that they should be heroes and use their powers for the greater good. Her passion for being this hero often leads her to butting heads with Hank, who is far more of a pacifist and believes in rehabilitation less than just beating up on bad guys, whereas Jan seems to truly value just getting these bad faith actors off the streets. And the two of them will butt heads about this specific topic a lot throughout this first season. But to start, Jan is at least able to convince Hank to give it a shot.
But I can do more than make money and take meetings. Together, we can do more. And we can have fun doing it.
And this leads Janet to almost try and convince Hank that the two of them should join S.H.I.E.L.D. as some of their operatives in order to try and make a difference in this world, even if it means being a tool for S.H.I.E.L.D. while doing so. And Janet has a very long talk with Maria Hill about said thing, but starts to notice some flaws throughout the system, especially when she sees characters such as Black Widow. And when the breakout actually officially happens for this first season, Janet is also left wanting to go save Hank. She has a clear passion for Hank, and she loves him. It's very clear from the start of this show, but it's also pretty clear that Hank is quite oblivious to this fact.
Doesn't matter. Right now, we have to get to the bridge. No! Ant-Man was in the big house when the explosion happened. He was with all the supervillains. We have to help him! Now!
But it wasn't just her passion that makes her such an energetic character, specifically in this show. She also has a depth of character and a depth of care for the people around her that leads me to think she has a great level for compassion. And I think that's another important part of her character. We specifically see a lot of it in the breakout episode 2 when the Avengers are fighting Graviton, who has just broken out of S.H.I.E.L.D. custody. We see Wasp essentially go out of her way to save multiple people, including Nick Fury, someone she's not exactly the most fond of at this point. We see her go out of her way to help Thor fight Graviton, even if both Nick Fury and Ant-Man are not wanting to fight him in the slightest. We see she goes out of her way to do it, just to be able to help other people. And I also feel like it's worth stating, Wasp is quite literally shown to be in this show one of the weakest characters it has to offer. She pretty much doesn't do very much in terms of damaging big villains and or small villains throughout a majority of this show, and yet she still shows up in order to attack these villains head on. We are even shown in the show that other villains do not really respect Wasp, especially on her own, and find her as more of an annoyance than anything else. But that's not really the value she was meant to bring to the team anyway. She was meant to bring a sense of community and unity to the team. And this is shown when she decides to help Hulk, of all people, in a time when Hulk simply feels like he is nothing but a straight villain to these people. She is the first one to extend that olive branch to Hulk and to make him feel welcome among what would become the rest of the Avengers.
You're helping me.
Yeah, now hit him!
Now this compassion tends to really only extend towards her own teammates, to the Avengers themselves, especially after they are formed, but she does show a great level of it for her teammates. For example, and I know this is a little out of order, but when she finds Captain America is having an extremely hard time adjusting to being in the modern day, she's the first Avenger to truly go check on him and to try and make sure that he is okay. And I think that's an important moment for her character. Even if it's just something that small, she's showing just how good of a person she is and can be. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier about the way in which she brings energy to the Avengers. In the Avengers' first official episode together, both Hulk and Thor are having a lot of problems coexisting with one another, and Wasp is almost always there to try and break it up. We are shown throughout this episode that she is not just the comic relief for us, the audience, but she's also trying to be a bit of comic relief for the team, even if she is impatient at times when it comes to dealing with strategy, for example. We are also shown throughout a majority of the episodes that her energy is one of the few things that actually keeps Hank Pym tethered to reality, even if she does so sometimes in a very antagonistic way, but that's just how Wasp is as a character. Now, it is important to note that during this episode, Hulk and Thor are manipulated into fighting via Amora the Enchantress playing on their already existing animosity, but it does actually take Wasp to finally break Hulk out of this being and out of this controlled anger from Amora, as he ends up hurting Wasp, and that is enough to push Bruce Banner and Hulk out of this mind control, as the two characters had grown fairly close to Wasp, as she was the first and only character to truly treat him like a person on the team, at least at the start. And when Hulk does come back and he does end up saving the Avengers, it is Wasp who fights the hardest to have him stay on the team because she cares about him.
Come on, it's not like that.
I'm done.
But not everything about Wasp's character is as positive as her compassion. For example, because she is the heart, she is prone to being fallible, and she is prone to being pretty spiteful as a character. We are shown this heavily in an episode that is solely focused on Hank and Janet. Both characters are going to visit one of their close friends, Carol Danvers, in an event to simply see what is going on with an anomaly at the space station they're visiting. And while they are doing this, Janet is pretty much teasing Hank and just kind of saying a little bit of some messed up stuff to him, basically complaining that Hank has never made a move on her and isn't trying to take her out on a date, and threatening to take Tony Stark out on a date instead, and openly flirting with other men, despite knowing that Hank likes her, but she is pretty much fed up at this point with Hank not actually making a move on her.
And you have to know that you've got him wrapped around your finger. Whatever. From day one, it's been strictly business. Well, strictly science.
Yeah, well, if you keep playing your little jealousy games with him, he's gonna strictly hate you.
Well, that'd be better than not getting noticed at all.
It's very clear that Janet is to such a point with wanting Hank to recognize her love for him that she is willing to go out of her way to spite him if it means getting any sort of attention from him. Pretty childish, I know, but as I mentioned in the Hank video, these two characters are very, very much kind of emotionally stuck as children in their relationship, and I'm pretty sure they are supposed to be adults in this show. Regardless, Wasp is also shown to be a very frustrated character who can be pretty aggressive at times, such as telling Hulk to attack what was known as Captain Marvel, the Kree spy who has been sent to this planet and has also had sent a gigantic death robot that intends to basically wipe out the planet, as the Kree consider the planet dangerous due to the amount of weapons proposed on it. And during the fight with this Kree robot that might destroy the world, Janet also gets a bit too preoccupied with her relationship to Hank.
I try and try with you, but it's never good enough. I just can't be as interesting to you as aliens.
What?
We are once again shown that Hank very much does love Janet, even if he doesn't know how to express it with words and emotions, as he quite literally ends up hospitalized in a bid to protect Janet. And as well, we also get another great character moment of Jan's compassion when she realizes that Marvel is most likely going to die when he takes that Kree bomb that is supposed to blow up the planet into space. And despite her hostility previously, she goes out of her way to try and make him stop to save his life because she's come to value it. And as well, at the end of the episode, we get a really sweet moment between Hank and Janet.
I'm sorry, Hank. I'm so sorry for being so mean, for the way I treat you, for everything.
Wow. Are you sure you're not an alien? I take it we didn't blow up.
Ow!
And just when I want to relate and root for this relationship, Hank once again falls flat in telling Janet how he feels and sealing the deal for the 9 millionth time. It's really hard to root for this relationship in the show because it just seems so kind of toxic. But regardless, I want to talk about Wasp's next big trait, which is her empathy. When Kang the Conqueror comes to Earth in search of Captain America in order to quite literally take him off the timeline map by killing him, not only in order to save the Earth, but in order to save his entire planet's timeline in the far future, almost 100 years from now. And of course, the Avengers stop Kang's initial plot to kill Captain America, but then they as well have to deal with a mass invasion of Earth as Kang tries to once again spread his ideology and way of saving them in the future by conquering, because quite literally that's all Kang knows how to do. And while this invasion is going on, I did feel that it was worth noting that Wasp is the one person who volunteers using the Ultrons, who happen to be a peaceful guard for Hank Pym and the villains in the negative zone. She believes that the Ultrons would be the best bet as soldiers for this war, as they are disposable, as once again she doesn't want to put the lives of anybody else at risk. And when the Avengers do finally figure out where Kang is on a ship orbiting the Earth, it is Wasp who decides to find the way inside of the ship and to try and find leverage on Kang so they can take him out in the most peaceful way possible, even if it was by complete accident. What Wasp ends up finding on Kang's ship is Kang's wife, who happens to be quite literally paralyzed because she is stuck between time streams. Wasp finds out that if Kang's wife is messed with and is sent back to the future like the Avengers want to do to Kang, she will die. And this doesn't sit well with Wasp at all. She finally seems to understand why Kang the Conqueror is having this problem that he is, and why Kang is fighting so hard to take over this timeline. He wants to save his wife. And so Wasp goes out of her way to stop the Avengers from fighting Kang, to stop them from sending him back to the future in order for Kang's wife to live. She shows a depth of empathy even for her villains that other Avengers just don't seem to have. Even Iron Man is opposed to, at the time, saving Kang's wife because he is afraid of the threat Kang poses. But Wasp isn't. She is quite willing to help him, even if it means he presents a danger down the road.
You can't destroy the time drive, or jump the ship, or whatever we planned on doing.
Why not?
Because if we do, Princess Ravonna will die. Ravonna is the woman Kang loves. When his future got wiped out, she got caught in it. They're keeping her alive, but barely. If Damocles' base travels back to the future, she'll be erased from existence.
She went out of her way in order to help one of the villains when Wasp really didn't need to, especially considering how terrible a person Kang is. But as well, Wasp is only one of the 2 people to visit Thor in the hospital when he is injured after saving the world from one of Kang's gigantic blasts and deflecting it. She truly does care for her companions in the Avengers, and she clearly cares about the people in this world that she has to either beat or help. But don't mistake her empathy for weakness. Wasp is quite capable of being very fierce, and that is quite literally shown in the episode in which the Avengers are trying to stop Hydra from using the Cosmic Cube to rewrite history. A little context, at this point in the show, Nick Fury is missing and S.H.I.E.L.D. is being ran by Maria Hill, who is ruling with an iron fist and wants the Avengers wiped off the map in either to join S.H.I.E.L.D. or to disband as an organization and be hunted. And Wasp is not having it at this point. We saw that Wasp and Maria Hill were fairly friendly at the beginning of the show, but when it came down to Maria Hill threatening not only the Avengers, but Wasp herself, Wasp pretty much was not going to let that slide in the slightest. She was quite literally down to fight Maria Hill and all of S.H.I.E.L.D. with or without the support of the Avengers, to be plainly honest. She was willing to do it in front of them, and the Avengers were willing to back her up, as Wasp is one of their most beloved members. Now obviously Iron Man put a stop to this, as it makes no sense for two forces on the same side to be fighting one another, but I just felt it was nice to point out. Another side of Wasp that we see fairly often going into the later portions of the season is her vulnerability. Now, Wasp is just as hard-headed and as upbeat as ever. When Hank tries to stop the Avengers from fighting one of their villains, Hank does try his best to handle the situation peacefully as a pacifist, but in the process ends up getting one of his own teammates, that being Hawkeye, hurt. Now, Janet is pretty much not very forgiving of this at all, as Hawkeye's life was quite literally put at risk simply because Hank wanted to try and push his ideology onto the rest of the Avengers, and while she comes to regret this later, she does berate him in the moment. But at the same time, that didn't mean that Janet wanted him gone, as this event really spurred Hank to finally be done with the Avengers and leave. Janet is really the Avenger that fought for him to come back and for the Avengers to go after Hank to bring him back.
Hey, can we get back to Hank, please? We're not going to just let him quit, are we?
What do you want me to do? He's an adult. We can't force him to stay.
Sure we can. He's a founding member of the team. He saved all our lives. We can't just let him...
Jan,
And I think Wasp didn't quite realize how much Hank cared for her until Iron Man basically spelled it out for her by saying Hank was only there for her. Hank only stayed with the Avengers because he cared about Wasp, despite the fact that the Avengers pretty much were the antithesis of every single thing that Hank believed in. Now, Wasp, of course, wants Hank to stay. She loves him, and that's pretty clear. So Wasp actively tries her best to convince Hank to come back to the team, to stay with the Avengers, and convince him that they both have a home there. But she also doesn't even try to get Hank to admit his feelings for her at this point. And I think maybe if she had tried that approach, it could have been different. But she ends up getting angry and upset that Hank will not come back to the team, and basically storms out on him without even trying to really listen to the points that he is making. And this all unfortunately leads up to one of this show's best villains, and that would be Ultron. Ultron started his ascent by systematically distracting each one of the Avengers, giving them each a villain and/or challenge to deal with, all while he kidnapped Wasp. You see, Ultron cannot attack Wasp at all. He can't hurt her because Ultron is trained off the brainwaves of Hank Pym, and Hank loves her so much that he couldn't even imagine hurting Wasp. And I find that very interesting, that trait passed on to Ultron, and it serves to give Janet just a little bit more perspective on Hank and see more into his mind, even if it's on one of the most devastating days of her life, as not only would Ultron systematically distract and pretty much dismantle the Avengers, Ultron would also presumably kill one of their best members and most powerful members in Thor. Yes, I think Thor is powerful. That was a joke in the Thor video. And this event, much like it did the rest of the Avengers, devastated Wasp. And it got Wasp to the point that we, for the first time in the show, see her go giant, all in the event of protecting the rest of the Avengers and trying to help them defeat Ultron, even if it doesn't work to the best effect, as she isn't trained to go giant like Hank is. And when Hank does come and presumably defeats Ultron, that just kind of leaves everybody to pick up the pieces, and Wasp is the first character to talk about Thor and to try and reconcile with the fact that Thor is probably dead.
Should we move his hammer? Hulk, maybe...
Can't move it. Can't even pick it up.
Why not?
Because I'm not Thor.
How could this happen? I can't believe that Hank...
What? You can't believe that your boyfriend's pet robot went nuts? That it put Captain America in the hospital and almost took down the whole team? We were lucky. Thor wasn't.
And to make matters even worse, Ultron wasn't even defeated by that point. He had simply uploaded himself into the Avengers Mansion computer system and had then sent himself to the last remaining Ultron body. And in doing so, he was finally ready to enact his plan to cleanse the world and to keep it safe by nuking every single living being off the face of the earth. And of course, this resulted in the Avengers having to try to stop Ultron, and Hank's last hurrah as a Avenger and as a real hero, as Thor did come back from the seemingly dead. He wasn't really dead, he was just hanging out with Amora the Enchantress, I wish. Regardless, Hank Pym was able to stop Ultron by basically using the logic he has against Ultron. Ultron believed that humans would destroy the world, and when Ultron learned he was built off of human brainwaves, he basically shut himself down. And as thrilled as Janet was to finally hopefully get Hank back and to have this big victory, Hank was still ready to be done with the Avengers, and that's just kind of it. The last big thing that happens for Janet's character in this first season is her last chance and last try to convince Hank to stay with the Avengers, and to convince Hank that it could be better, the world could be better, if maybe they were to keep him on the team. But Hank leaves, and for whatever reason doesn't have a suitcase or anything, just like a rucksack. That always bothered me, but regardless, Hank leaves the team. And what I find very interesting is that Wasp just kind of comes to accept this. It's like she finally actually took the time to listen to what Hank was saying and finally decided to just let him go, because no matter how much she loved him, she couldn't just force him to stay at the Avengers and force him to be something he isn't, no matter how much that physically hurts Janet. And yet, later in the episode, when the Avengers are trying to figure out a way to send Thor home, and Janet is in a pickle fighting one of the Avengers villains, Abomination, Hank is the person who shows up to save her. Hank is the person who comes back in order to make sure Janet is okay, because he loves her so much. And it's finally in this episode that we get Hank's confession to Janet just about how much he loves her. And that's pretty much it. The Avengers go on about their time, and they are congratulated not only by Thor, but by the Asgardians at the very end of the show, when they uncover the plot that Loki had been manipulating them from the start and was going to take over and run Asgard. And they save Asgard, obviously, but there's nothing really of substance to talk about with Janet's character in this scenario. And that's just kind of it for the season. It was wonderful, it was spectacular, and I think Janet's character was really well done. Where'd the background music go, and what's that sound? Oh, no, not again.
Say you're a good girl, I say you're a liar. I'm such a good girl, love a vampire.
All right. Jokes aside, that's one of my favorite running gags on this channel. I really enjoyed Wasp in this show. I thought she was the best comic relief character in the show, and while I did find her sometimes annoying, I also found myself more endeared to the character as the season went on. Much like I said with T'Challa, Wasp doesn't have an arc, but her character presence is felt throughout the entirety of the show, simply because I think she missed all of maybe 2 episodes. She was always in the episode, she always had speaking lines, or at least was always doing something fun in her animated bits. And I think that is what really elevated her character into being a fan favorite. And it's kind of sad that, specifically with the MCU and just outside of the comics, Janet Van Dyne's version of Wasp, which was shown in this show, is just kind of missing now, and hasn't really been prominent for a while. So that's it. You made it to the end of this 4-hour long video. And I gotta say, congratulations! Way to make it all the way through the end.
I hope for those of you who are brand new, you definitely enjoyed my analysis and my characters. I hope for those of you who are returning, you found that I put enough effort and brought enough new content to justify you rewatching through each one of these analyses back to back. Now, there are a few things I just want to discuss from a creator standpoint. Firstly, just being thank you. Like, seriously, thank all of you. None of this would be possible without you guys, as I keep saying, because you all are amazing. You guys are awesome, and I truly, truly appreciate it. Now, as I sit here and record this, I'm pretty much getting ready to go on vacation. I will not be available the first week of July, so if I miss your comments, real sorry about that. And I will have a video up for you guys, but there are a few things I want to go over, specifically like EMH related stuff that I just want to mention, which is the second season of EMH. I will begin to cover that in July, so don't worry, I'm not making y'all wait too long, but I'm pretty much probably going to alternate between EMH Season 2 and one video of my choosing. So think EMH Season 2 is probably going to be every other week, maybe, you know, every week depending on how much I feel like watching this show, because I love this show. I love it to death, but I've pretty much only watched it on repeat for the last like 2 months, and I really just want to watch other things because, believe it or not, every minute of videos takes me about an hour per minute of these videos, except for this one. This one was pretty easy, pretty not too labor intensive, but pretty much every video is like an hour a minute. So when you see these 65-minute videos, for example, that's legit like 65 hours worth of work. And I'm not even counting the time I spend to watch the TV shows, because I usually watch them through like 2 to 3 times. When movies too, just to make sure I'm getting all my details and facts correct, because I pride myself in getting things right for y'all, and I really hate when I don't, because it sucks. So, you know, it's very much a lot of watching the same stuff, reading the same source material, all of that fun jazz. I just want to break it up a little bit. Never saying I'm going to abandon Season 2 of EMH unless my channel gets abandoned, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. Other than that, yeah, just a huge thank you to all of y'all. If you like the video, please leave me a like. It helps a lot. If you would love to subscribe, I'd really appreciate that. Closing in on 15,000, which is amazing. If you want to leave a dislike, please leave a dislike, and then just let me know, you know, what was it you disliked about the video, what was wrong with it. It helps me as a creator to continue to grow, as I believe criticism is extremely important in this job as a content creator. And obviously, I have a Patreon where you can see all of these videos unedited, you can see them early, and if you're in the $5 tier, you can get shouted out just like these wonderful members at the end of every single video. And those wonderful members are Golden Boy 420, MC Bomb 27. Of course, we got Dakota Rawson, and how could I ever forget the legend Donovan Gomez. So thank you all. You all are legends. I appreciate you all watching. And also, please don't feel obligated to join my Patreon. It's only if you can. Your viewership is enough, believe me. So shout out to y'all. Have an absolutely fantastic day.